Hello. Hey, Sunny. Oh, pizza. Love you lots, but I lurk. Enjoy your lurk. Snake says, I'm playing, but take your time. I'm in the middle of a Valorant game. It's 5-3. Okay. Boo. Oh, camera. Wait. Something about this stream looks different. The fuck? Don't I normally have a border around me? I think I do. Hold up. I need to check something. Yeah, I do. Hold up. Is it this one? Like the intro? Thank you. It's oh, not that one. It's old intro we had made way back, or I made way back when, um, with Hitsugi as it was like a story that Hitsugi made, uh, which basically is nonsensical, but it's just saying like random spooky stuff. uh, but that was fun. That was fun. That was way back then though. All right, just chatting. There it is. There's the border. Wait, I need to make sure all the notifications work. Okay. Not that one. I wanna try this one. Testing. The classic always works, no matter what. Oh, actually, that just reminded me. I wanted to make a new one. I already kind of have the clip. But I need to find the clip. Here, I'll switch to desktop for this one. Also, is there a way to just play uncopyrighted music easily? Hold up. Actually, I think there's a uncopyrighted playlist somewhere. I technically have 2, but Snake is in the middle of a Valorant game, and Mel is not yet home, and she won't be home probably for about 40 minutes or so. So, looks like I'm not fully there yet. What's this one? Is this good? This is copyright free. We're gonna add that. How funky looking. Huh. Hey Flight, how have you been, Ray? Long time no chat. But yes, no. I wanted to add something new. Effects full screen. All right, so you guys can't see this part yet until I throw that in there. Oh wait, do I have to? Okay, hold up. I add media source, create new, bang. Hi, you do what you gotta do, Sonny. No, not that one. What did I just do? Oh, it's in downloads. Boom. There we go. Loop. Okay. I'm good. I'm sorry. It's always a long time no chat when I come by. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. And you have to apologize for that. Life happens, bro. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not, but if you guys are hearing it, enjoy the bangs, I guess. Okay, now we got that. Alright, filter. Chroma key. Alright, let's mess with it a little bit to make it look more smooth. Smoothness. Actually, can I do custom? Sorry, I need to hide it for a bit. Select color. How do I select? Isn't it like a... Fuck, dude. Here, I'll mute it for a bit. We're doing this live on Twitch since I got nothing else to do. Opacity, that's fine. Contrast, don't have to worry about that. Brightness, not gonna worry about that. See, I know that's not it. Welcome back, Sunny. Should be just green screen. I want to hide the green a little bit. Chroma keys are so 50 years ago. Ah, that's fine. So ideally, when we're in this thing, should just pop up and smirk me. I can mess with that later. I need to figure it out more. So we have that there. All right, let me hide the scene. Okay, let's go to desktop. Let's open up Sammy. Sure. Edit appearance. Bah. Save. Edit triggers. Let's make a new thingamabob by going to Dashboard. Viewer rewards, channel points. How have you been, by the way, Ray? Like, what have you been up to? Because last we talked, you were moving, I think. How did that go? But I've been good. I've been good. Broke, but good. I'm doing a lot better mentally and all that, so I'm having a good time. Okay. Pew pew, motherfucker. Let's make it something short. And I'll give it a... No, it's short enough. It doesn't need to be. Alright, great. So now we got bang. So when bang gets redeemed, save. I need to edit the commands as well. Ideally, effects full screen, bang, bang. It's like a 1 second clip, so I think 1,000 milliseconds should be good. Save, and test. Oh, it has to be less than 1,000. Edit command. So we'll do 800. 800 maybe? Alright. Test once more. So dorky. I wonder if I can... Hold up. Also, let me read this. Nothing really working at Geek Squad. Yeah, they move us fine. Just gotta get everything unboxed eventually. Step by step, my friend. Step by step. I have full faith. No, I can mess with it later. I can mess with like how it looks later. I need to turn off the damn thing. Hold on. I'm trolling. Effects full screen. Bang. And just chatting. Hello. Alright. But yeah, there we go. More redemptions. I've just been messing around, adding more stuff to stream. Like sound bites and stuff. Random stuff like that. Like, I added this one recently. Where is it? For all the Halo fans out there.
No maidens.
That's kind of dorky. But yeah, no, I've been just taking care of myself, really. I've been going to the gym, eating, dieting, slowly getting back into the stream rhythm, slowly enjoying life. I'm not slowly enjoying life. I'm enjoying that life. But I'm trying to think of like what specifically interesting I've done. I've been watching shows with people again in the Discord, trying to watch movies and shows. We're gonna start doing like this weekly anime thing. Wait, you're enjoying what life? Life? Not sure what life you mean. That hood life. Gang. Okay, I wish I could get into streaming again. Well, I couldn't for the longest time because of a multitude of reasons. But I'm just vibing, trying to get back into it again. Because I do really enjoy it. That's the thing. I enjoyed the connections I had with everyone, and like all the dorky fun things we used to do. And I really do enjoy that. Here, hold up. Sorry, chat. Let me just. There's dust on top of my camera there, my webcam. But I just haven't done it, and I wanted to get back into it. and I missed everyone. So here I am again. Missed everyone so much that I was like, how are you guys doing? Oh, my hair's so... That scared the fuck out of me, and I forgot I added that. I forgot I added that shit. That scared the fuck out of me. We're not even in a game. I'm in chat, just chatting, and that scared the fuck out of me. That's a great start. Great
Stanley
fucking
pushed
start.
the follow button.
God.
No one is quite sure why, but perhaps
Jack,
he thought something
1,
peculiar
2,
would happen.
3, 123,456. Thank you
Anyways,
so much for that
welcome,
follow.
stranger.
Welcome, stranger. I'm like, I guess you're not a stranger anymore because your name is Jack. Your community has always been a nice thing to observe. You've been a nice thing to observe. I'm being done. Hold on. I need to add. I like this light that I used to have in the back. I love that light that I used to have in the back. It was always so much fun seeing it. And it's always a good contrast from my damn hair. Oh wait, you just Did that work? Hold up. It worked. Also, you guys, if you looked at the sound or redemption stuff, I added a lot more stuff. There's even a first thing. I think Anna do this. Fucking A. I saw Anna do this, and I was like, hold up. I want to do a first thing. And basically what she does is just whoever redeems it first, she adds like in like a subsection in the thing down below. Oh god. She adds a thing like down below, and it's like, congrats, you're first, and she just tallies it up. And I think I kind of want to do something similar, but like just put it on stream. But I have no idea how to do it. Yeah, it's only one person per stream though. So congrats, Sunny. You're the first to be first. But I don't know how to implement it on stream. I want to find a way to like, here's the firstiest first. Oh god. Jack is going crazy already. What up? But yeah, we're just vibing, we're chilling. But yes, I added the new sound alerts and all that stuff. Yeah, like some sort of leaderboard or something. I'm not entirely sure what, cause like here, let me just, while we're at it actually, what the fuck? Let me shout out Anna Daba Do real quick, so I can just easily click on her stream. Okay, so what she has is like a first thing here, and like, you know, first redeem first per stream, and it's like, oh, you got it, boom, congrats, now you're first, and here's a little leaderboard thing, and it's just like a fun dorky little thing that she does. I'm like, you know what, that's kind of funny. I'm gonna yoink that idea. So I yoinked it. If Anna ever sees it, let it be known that I did in fact yoink the idea that you had. So thank you. I'm not sure if other people have done it, but this is where I got it from. But yeah, she's playing the quarry actually. We just finished that, so. Oh wait, am I trolling? I wasn't just chatting, trying to explain it to you guys. I'm so fucking bad at streaming. Hold up. Nah, it scared the fuck out of me. The fact that just scared me. Hold up. Hold up. The fact that just scared me is so stupid. That was a threat. Yeah, it was. Okay. So here, this is what I was talking about. She has like a little like leaderboard in her thing here, which is kind of cool. I like that. But if I could find a way to implement it into the stream, I think I would prefer that, because that'd be like a really cool way. Just like, yeah, it is what it is. I'm a rat. It's all good. But yeah, we're just chilling. I'm not sure how everyone's doing. Like, I really don't know if they're ready or not. But I could start the game and try. But yeah, this would be really cool though. You know what I mean? Or it is such a dorky idea is what I mean. But yes, that's the vibe. Let me open Steam. I don't even know what this game is like. The music all of a sudden took a turn for very Asian-y vibes. Like, what? It's free beats. Like, these are free, like, copyright free beats, and it's completely random, but then it just like turned really Asian. I have anything against Asians. I'm here. Ghosts are dead. I don't know my chat. Hello, chat. Am I disconnected? Oh God. Nani? Seems my chat is bugging out. Honestly, I have no idea if it's working or not. Am I connecting? Am I not connecting? I don't know. No. I'm trying to open up the stream on here. Oh, I am kind of connecting. My internet's kind of bugging out though. It's kind of weird. If anyone said anything, I missed it. My chat's not popping up. Oh, I just see Sunny's Redemption. That just came up. That was late. I don't know. I seem to be getting baited by my internet or something. Disconnect? I don't know if it's working or not. What the fuck? Just chatting. Just chatting. It's working. I don't know what I did, but it's working. I'll take that. Okay. I'll take that. We're good. I think. Oh, let me try one of these. I think this disconnected now. So that worked. Your redemption worked. But I can't access my own chat. Pretty weird. Is my internet? It must be my internet that's bugging out. You guys are good, right? It's not Twitch or anything, is it? It's rare for my internet to actually be bugging out, so it's kind of interesting that it is actually. Oh, no. Fucking A. Okay, so it's a Twitch issue. Because I was thinking about it, it's like my music is still playing. It's auto playing on YouTube. But if it's Twitch, That's not my problem. I can see my zits. When I was in Norway, literally like zero acne, like in this area. But as soon as I'm back here, I get it again. I break out. It's actually crazy. But that is whatever. Whatever. I need to find. What am I playing? Inside the back rooms? Where is it? I know I bought it. There it is. Subtitles are working properly. Oh, the chat? I was like, subtitles. Nunny. I need to switch the game actually and connect to game. Property. Okay, that's how we're starting. Let's go. Is this the game? I don't know if it's a game or not. I don't think that's a game. Where is the game? There it is. It just popped up. Hey, it's in. So I have never played this. There is a single player. And I believe this will be a piece of cake. So I'm gonna go ahead and pause the music. Why is it playing Valorant music? It's supposed to be copyright free music and it's playing copyright music. What the fuck? But how's the game sound? It's very loud for me. Let's do some typical stuff that I do. Maximize window, that's good. I like it when it's not full screen. Fuck it, let's do 120. VSync, yeah, take that shit off. I guess we just lower it just a bit for me. Press to talk, always on. Press to talk, always on. I don't know what. FOV, we'll figure that out. WASTA, E to interact, left shift to run. Change that to C, because I don't like using my pinky to crouch. I inventory, ultra, high, sure. High GPU usage, we'll refrain. Okay. Should have brought a backrooms buddy, to be honest. Oh no, I tried. I tried. But they're coming. I just said a massive C before starting the game, so yay fun. It's in the Discord, like generally. Very generally. Chess bugging out. I think I can't redeem. I can redeem things, but not type. So Twitch did bug out. This game, yeah, no, it is. It's loud on my end. But I'm wondering if it's loud for you guys on stream. Do you guys hear it loudly? Like the game's actually loud. I'm just gonna start. Don't know anything about the game. Don't know if I have to how the game works. There's this background sound. I'm gonna skip it. I don't want to know anything about it. I don't see anything. Is this sound constantly playing inside the backrooms? I feel like that'd be annoying if you had like tinnitus or something. Like, I want ambience. I just don't want that specific sound so much. Okay. I can hear loud background noise, but I am using headphones. Oh, on my end, that specific sound is in the music sound, I think. No, it's gone in ambience when I lower it. Yeah, these fucking lights. These lights. I guess That's part of the backroom experience. If you're actually in the backrooms, you would feel the pain. Okay. But yes, no, I did ask generally in the Discord, and I think obviously we got Snake's attention. We got potentially Papa Nurgle, but I don't know when he's free. We got Mel, but then she decided to go on a shopping thing. And she won't be back until another... Oh, like, she might be back soon, actually. So we might have a full lobby if you guys are down. We might actually have a full lobby. Let me reach out and check up on her. Let me just be like, so 45 minutes, right? Real quick to Mel. And then, yeah. Also join, hold up. Let me join something. What am I joining? Hangout? Actually, I have a stream server, don't I? Is this it? Oh, fuck it. I'm not even that big of a streamer. It's okay. I'll be in Hangout. $4.99. This cost me. They made of money. No, I feel you. Games these days are expensive. I wanted to buy Madison and Mortuary's Assistant, but like, that's another $60.
$4.99 this cost me. $4.99. Hitsuga, that is a disgrace.
Absolutely.
Disgusted.
All right, let me exit. I see that Mel is offline, which I'm assuming means she's driving back home or something, or going back home.
Mm-hmm.
So that's progress, I guess.
I suppose. Although don't go on Discord and drive.
Yeah, don't go on Discord and drive. That's illegal. We don't
That
do
is
illegal
illegal.
things.
Indeed.
We don't care about the moral complications.
Try not to do illegal things. I say try.
Alright, so suppose I was going to host.
Mm.
Okay, you can't have a max of 4 players.
Okay. Right, I've got to turn you up. Hang on. I can barely hear you.
Start level backrooms. Is this more than just backrooms as a level?
I don't know, mate. I only just work here.
Oh, that's fantastic. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
you can change his suit. That's pretty damn sexy.
I invited you,
Thank you. Okay.
Tally, if you want to come play. Hop on in.
I'll drink some water before we start. Sorry, that's the air escape from my water bottle.
Yeah,
Not scary game sounds.
It's gonna scare me.
Sorry, I'll try not to.
It's gonna scare me anyways.
It's loading, so I'm just gonna see what
That's
happens.
fine. I have no idea how this game works.
Do you know what? Me neither. I couldn't even remember the name of the game, so I was searching up. I thought it was called The Backrooms. Where is the back room?
I keep thinking
couldn't
it's
find
inside. It's in something. It's in
Okay.
something.
Yes, we're inside the back rooms. Right, okay, let me...
God, I can hear you in game. Oh!
Office
Oh!
man
Oh!
blues.
Is there proximity chat?
Let's push the talk.
There might be proximity in the game. That'd be kind of cool.
Right, let me...
I might actually mute in Discord. Oh.
Oh, okay. Oh, he looks like Morpheus.
I'm young girl with no jacket now. Oh, I could be a homeless woman though. Backrooms? Yeah.
Go for...
Wait. Is that you, Abigail?
I'll go for this guy.
Did you
I like
change your
his
name?
no jacket approach.
I can either be hot as fuck, or I can be homeless woman.
Hey, what's wrong with homeless woman? She's pretty fit, to be fair.
Well, I know, but I want to be one of those two, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you go for it, young man.
A while ago. Well,
I hear two
hello,
snazzer.
hello, and also hello.
Oh, I think it's coming
100
from
ways
the
to
game
pie.
as well. Sorry. Did you put yours on push to talk? Because I haven't. If that's the case.
I have, but
All right, I've changed it now.
if there is proximity, I'm gonna turn it on, and then I'm just gonna mute or deafen in Discord, because that'd
Fair.
be kind of cool, just running around.
I'm actually gonna be Morpheus.
But I'm here now. Well, welcome back. How have you been? I haven't streamed much, so I haven't seen you in a while. Like
Welcome, chat. Welcome. Come on in.
2 years, 2 years, give or take. I haven't really streamed much, and like technically in 2 years. Like sure, I had the one-off stream now and there, but it was basically 2 years since I last streamed. Basically.
Oh, I'm gonna join you. I'm gonna take a swig.
God fucking damn.
Whoa!
That sounds so true.
Yeah, but it's the air escape of my water bottle. I don't know why it sounds like a bird, but it just does.
Yeah, it's fantastic. 2 years since like a proper like streaming schedule, cause I was doing like really random streams. I don't have a stream schedule yet, but I've been streaming a lot more consistently. Before it would be like, oh, I'll stream once or twice for this 1 week, and then I'll stop streaming for a month, and then maybe I'll do a stream in the next month, and or maybe I won't for another 4 months. It was stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
It's like I'm randomly up at 4 in the morning. Who do I see streaming? Hitsu. I'm thinking, yeah, I'm not gonna sleep for the rest of the night now. I'm just gonna watch.
first time.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna be fantastic. Yeah, it has a VR mode. This game has a VR mode. I wonder if they're gonna add stuff. For such a cheap game, if they add stuff, it'll actually be a really, really troll game.
Sorry, Hitsu. You call this game cheap? It was $4.99. That's not cheap.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
You know, that's a disgrace for.
I
cost of
know
living
I'm
crisis,
privileged. I
Hitsu.
live in America. I get it.
Cost of living crisis. All right.
I know. I have
No, I'm kidding. It
$10 in my
wasn't that
bank
bad.
account.
That wasn't too bad. Hitsu, we can't all go shopping to buy batteries and 10
Oh my
kilogram
God.
bags of rice.
Actually, just remembered today at the gym, I had to renew the membership for the monthly thing.
Oh,
And my trial period basically was over, and if I wanted to continue with all the like amenities I had, they wanted me to pay $120 per month.
what the fuck?
And I was like, that's a absolute definite no. I'll do just the gym. Just give me the bare minimum. Just give me the gym.
Sorry,
And
what?
no, but like it had stuff like their classes. You could go to their classes. You can like use their spa and all that other jazz. But like that's a lot. $120 for a
crazy
month
money.
just for some. I'd rather go to a proper spa. Like that's a lot. So I was like, no, I'll pass. Thank you for the trial period, but I'll pass. I'm just gonna go for the basic gym membership, please. That's all I really need to lose weight. I pay $16 for that. Yeah, I think my gym membership right now costs $28. I think is what it was. I know Planet Fitness is like $10, but $28 I don't think it's that bad. It has a lot of the equipment that I need. So America's EU now play. Do we start? Yeah, we were waiting on Mel. Tally, if you want to join, just join VC and the game.
Yep. I'm gonna be frank. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing in this game.
I really don't know what this game is about.
Me neither.
So I'm just going in blind.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, do you even have this game, Tally? So thought I was invited. It was just
Bruh.
anyone. I was just anyone who was alive. That's what I was asking the Discord. Like whoever's alive at this time, you want to play?
Only just. It's only because I had a nap at like fucking 6 o'clock for like
Yeah.
20 minutes, and like, nope. I'm now wired.
Plenty of sleep.
Yeah.
Plenty of sleep. You're not alive? Well, none of us will be alive as long as we play this game. I'm gonna see how the game goes first. Yeah,
Do
I
it.
have no idea what the game is like.
This game is worth the $5, especially because we've got all these little costumes to choose from. It's flipping
Yeah,
awesome.
and then hopefully when Mel comes home,
Look at
we
that. What a range.
can full lobby it. Or if someone rotates out, maybe we can rotate other people in. Like we can just fuck around. Scary chat. But I'm curious if there's proximity chat. If there actually is, can you change the settings in game? Yeah, I think you can actually. I think I did that earlier. So you can. Hi.
Hello. It's Tally. Let me take you up.
I just checked Discord and
Oh.
Mel is saying Ox. Bruh. All right. Mel might be taking longer even. So I'm going to go ahead and start once I invite Tally. If be quiet, I should be quiet if I were you. Oh god. So there's mic shenanigans. I'm going to open mic then for sure in this game.
Well, fuck.
Mr. Worldwide.
Hang on, if it's
I love
push to
that
talk, what the hell is the button to push?
I'm just going to hot mic it the entire time.
Oh, well, that's not terrifying.
I'll hold my own breath if I need to.
Ambient or collusion? What the hell is that? Oh, I don't even know what's going on anymore.
Always on. Apply.
Oh.
Does my mic work in game? Oh, we changed it. Oh, you're not Mr. Worldwide anymore. That's a shame.
We're gonna get double the echo if you've turned that on.
Oh, I'm gonna mute in Discord eventually.
Oh.
I'm gonna deafen in Discord. Like it sounds like there's in-game mechanics of mics, based on what Abigail just said. Oh god, my eye. So I'm just gonna open mic it the entire time and just mute on Discord. And I'm hoping there's proximity, because if there is, that's always fantastic. Hearing a friend die off in the distance. Greatest thing since sliced bread. All right, Tally.
Alright.
You ready? I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna mute on Discord.
Alright. Cool.
Let's see. Let's start the game. I guess. Oh yeah, I'll be the homeless woman. I'll be the homeless woman. Homeless woman's badass. Oh, they changed the scene. It's a different scene. What the fuck was that? What was that? Hold up. This shit's bugging out. I'm in my chat over here. I literally don't hear them. I don't know where they are. Wait, are they even in an area? Oh god, it's actually blank. C's use. No text here. Left. No exit. E to open door. Hello? Does my mic even... Are they even saying anything? Good luck, bro. Well, thank you. I definitely feel like I need it because I don't see them. I thought we'd spawn next to each other, but we're not. Ooh, I breathe. I shouldn't be shifting, I guess. I shouldn't be sprinting until I need to. Boop. I wonder if I can find... Surely we went into the game together, right? I don't know. There must be proximity. Have no idea what the purpose of this game is. Are we supposed to like escape somehow? We got trapped in here. Friends? Friends? It's a maze. Follow the arrows? Yeah. I'm kind of vaguely following the arrows. I'm not really. Oh! Fuck! I just saw them. They made me scared.
Hi.
Okay, so there is proximity voice chat. This game is clean.
Okay, well that's good because I can't even hear what Tally is saying.
Tally?
Okay,
Oh no.
The proximity is not working for me, as I'm muted in Discord for right now.
fair enough.
Okay.
I don't know what's this. This is a ladder.
I used
oh,
it.
God.
Oh,
God. What's
where'd I
that?
go?
Did a face
we're all
chase
here.
you guys in the city?
There's a...
What was that?
Because
I-
a giant
I
PNG face chased me in the city.
Really?
Yeah, I saw a giant PNG face. I don't know what that was. Oh, I see something. Almond water. Are you wounded? Cure yourself by drinking almond water. You guys want radios? I found a radio.
Read note. Got some reading for you, Hitsu.
Reading. I found a radio on the other side.
Entity 3.
Anti-anxiety pills. These pills are used to calm you down. They will reduce your anxiety.
Rumor says that it is a seen with the human. It's only known that it is attracted to all sorts of light, and that if it traps you in the void, the shadows will probably never see the light again. Remember, a smile doesn't always reflect peace. If
I
not,
found some
well,
Xanax.
opposite
Get a load of this guy.
of the pocket area of the sea.
Look at that. Love. Okay, so see, smile, and avoid it.
Okay.
You get?
Well, that's
Can you hear me through the radio?
radio. What the hell did you get that from?
It's on the
It's
table
over
over
here.
there.
Your radio.
Wait, Tally. Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, they don't let you choose your mic settings, do they?
No, they don't.
Interesting. I was gonna say maybe you can like, I don't know.
I
Still
got
in
that
this
radio
Windows.
over.
Wait, did that work? How do you turn it on?
I think it's just you press and then it. I'm assuming.
What?
What?
I hear you on it. Hold on. Can you hear me?
I'm saying for far away. Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, cool. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
To Hitsu, are you there? Over.
Can you hear me now?
Snake to Hitsu, are you
Can you
there?
hear me?
Over.
Do you hear two of me
Okay.
right now?
And I only hear you in Discord, Tally.
Just Discord.
Oh god, okay. Well, there's a door down here. I don't know where this door leads.
Alright. Well, that's fine. You can use Discord, Tally.
Yeah.
There's a door over there on that side.
Oh, there's a number 2 here. Mel just said she's on her way home. Why are you waiting?
There's a
I
2,
don't
there's 4. There's a 1.
2, 4,
My hand's just gone through the wall. Lovely.
8, and a 3.
What the hell do these numbers mean? What do the numbers mean?
8.
I don't know, but here's an elevator.
There's a lift. So it goes 1, 1. So there's 1,
Oh,
2,
elevator code?
2, 4. There should be a number 4 somewhere. 8.
Oh,
1.
wait, what?
It's the lift.
1, 2, 3, 4. What does this mean? I don't understand what that note means.
Like a shaft or anything. There's 1, 6. We're on floor B. 1, 6, 2, 7. So don't press random buttons in the lift.
I think I know what it is.
You can die in the lift.
I think the
There's a
number
note
is.
down here. There's a note down here.
I think I know what the number is.
Oh, the lift code.
What is it?
Okay, so hash.
It's pointing to this
hash,
one, so it's gotta be
hash 1, 2, 3, 4.
1287.
1287.
Yeah, possibly.
Okay. Sure thing.
Maybe. Or the reverse of that.
How the fuck do I use the lift? Oh, press button.
It's very precise.
Oh,
That's
3,
3.
1. Okay, I'm just practicing all the buttons first.
No.
Okay, thank you. No.
I think it's 1287 or 78.
Oh,
So,
2-1.
set it.
So 7-2-1.
So it's the opposite.
Right.
The ones are very loud.
7-8-2-1,
Yeah,
sorry.
the game is quite loud. So, oh,
Isn't it 12? I thought it was 1287, but no.
I tried 1287. All right, so it's not that one. Maybe it's the other side. 1342.
Maybe.
1342 or 2431.
Okay, I'm gonna move out of the way because lift. Oh my
May
god,
it?
this lift is not big.
No, it's not. It's very cramped.
1432. Am I trolling?
No.
Maybe the reverse of that. 'Cause it
What's
doesn't
the
tell
paper
us.
that's-
which
2431.
paper down here.
Let's see.
That
Oh,
paper
It doesn't
just
say
tells-
is the top or bottoms first.
all right. Let me look at this note. I got this.
Hash.
Oh, I
1, 2,
got
3,
the
4.
code. Somebody
Number,
get in the
number.
elevator, do the code. I'll tell you the code.
Alright.
First number is 7.
7. Yep.
Second number is 1. Third number is 8. Fourth number is 2.
Oh, I get it. The numbers were saying which numbers to
Yeah.
use.
Just right in the
Yeah.
left. Okay, now
Alright.
we're in the scary room.
Who wants to go
Oh,
first?
here's the ambulance. I'll go first.
Sure.
Okay, perfect. Go.
Did you hear
Oh,
that?
God.
Hey,
No.
what?
Wait, do you have to be
The
quiet?
wall hissed. The wall hissed.
I heard a hiss. Okay,
Twice.
interesting.
I didn't.
The
actually
game is
read
so
the
loud.
Reports. I don't.
Something about
No
smiling
worries.
faces.
I found
Watch out
a
for
chest over here, or not chest, but a dresser.
That's a like that.
Just...
The game sounds are so loud. It's making me feel weird.
Oh, what is
Very
that?
strange. Just talk. Hang on, no, is that not Nina from flipping Full Metal Alchemist?
Full Metal Alchemist. Oh,
Oh.
fuck, I just heard things breaking.
Flashlights.
Someone's- Note here. Don't shine your torch. Wait, what is
So
that?
stare at it. I have to stare at it to live. Watch your stamina. It can save you from dying, so make sure you manage it correctly.
Oh, I heard a bang.
Oh, fuck, we're dead.
You guys should pick up a flashlight. We're definitely going to need it.
Where? Oh.
Oh, butt
Oh,
plug.
how's that?
What's that?
Lockpicks. Okay.
It's not a torch.
I'll use this instead of my radio for now.
Hang on, is there limited battery on this? Do you know?
I
I
see a battery indicator. So...
I really hope not. Was that door always open? Did we come from there?
No, we came from the left.
That's where we came
Yeah,
from.
that's
yeah.
where we came
Oh,
from.
that's what we
Alright. Don't sprint everywhere. Just listen to the giant stomps of our footsteps while we walk around. Clear corners. Oh, look, an item in the corner of the room. 2 items.
There's one over here. Oh, that's.
Oh, that's not an item. That's a foot. I'll take it, I guess. But
That's a foot.
Oh, that
I got
is a
clog
box.
pants.
It's like a box.
just take a fucking foot.
Pick up.
That's so creepy.
That's an outlook. Oh, there's something there. Oh, it's a vent.
Oh, that's a vent. Didn't it say it comes from vents?
Great.
The thing totally said it came from vents, right?
Oh, that's where we just came from, right?
I'm in danger. Oh god, I see open vents. Fuck y'all!
Oh, shit! Don't open that door. Don't open that door.
Why? Why?
Wait, why not?
Don't open that door.
Alright, I'm not gonna open the door. Open the door.
But temptation!
I mean, go ahead and if you close it quick.
Oh no! I saw a smile. I'm scared. I'm sorry. Oh, on the ball.
NASA?
Snaky boy?
I'm alive.
Where are
I
you?
like how it turns red over there.
Yeah, that was I had to run. I don't know where the.
Oh god, I just saw it.
I don't
It's
know.
over there. In that direction.
Okay.
Where are you, Snazza? Oh, I see him. I see his flashlight.
He went over there.
Oh my god, that's fucking terrifying.
Okay, so, where are we going?
I'm trying to find Snazza.
He ran this way, I think.
But I saw the dog just now over here.
Oh, what's red over there?
Corner. It's
I can kind of hear him. So close enough for the proximity.
Snazzy boy! Why is that part red?
Well, it got red when the monster ran by, so maybe that's just me. Are you fucking kidding?
Was she to call up your stand? Don't leave me, Tally.
He started. Well, where'd you go? You still in the locker?
no fucking clue where anybody is.
Want to leave the locker?
The painting. If you find some paintings, look at them closer. Altogether, they hide a secret code.
On this side, it's vaguely-
Oh, go
no,
back in the
no.
locker.
What, are you both hiding in the locker?
Oh, I heard footsteps that were not ours. I see a flashlight.
No!
Oh god!
Hey!
I saw that! What was that? Oh, it's coming this way. Oh, I'm just gonna hide for a minute till it goes away.
Thank you, Coffee. Oh, good.
So I think it's in the vents. I have no idea.
So where are you guys? I hear you guys. I don't see you guys. And I'm apparently tired.
No glass.
I found something earlier, but I need to find where you guys are so I can lead you guys there. Friends?
Where did it?
Hello?
Hello?
Where are you?
Hi.
I am.
I'm in the locker. Okay. I've exited my locker.
Okay. I need to
someone to
find
the
you
left.
guys. Yeah, I'm close to you. I'm over here.
Oh, hey. Oh, that's not bad.
I'm in danger.
An ear?
Hear that?
Get you!
Just me.
Hold on. I might die.
Bye. Wait.
Hello? I found him.
Hello?
Hello?
I hear Snazza.
I don't know where Snazza is.
Just say I was gonna do a Benedicto.
I see you, Tyler.
Oh, why is my vision crazy?
Come. My vision's really crazy too. I don't know what's going on. We've been here for too long, I think. Oh, that's anxiety pills.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's like anxiety pills.
I know now. I know now. I know now. Okay, okay, okay. Don't press G. Don't press G.
Press G.
Yeah, it makes you whistle.
That's it?
Oh, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. No, it's not. Keep going. You're coming to us. Well, don't press G.
This is-
Yeah, I see that. It's very janky. I don't know what that is.
It's a
Back rooms are weird. Okay.
It's a mirror, massive.
Cannot turn this on at the moment.
Oh.
Oh, did you get hurt? I can drop this for you. Almond water helps you.
Oh, that's the person.
If you got hurt, it heals you.
Oh. Help. Exit. There you go.
What should I do?
Apparently we can find a videotape put in there because that's interactable.
Okay. Well, let's head back.
Oh.
Yeah,
Sticking their sign on the wall. Back where?
to
You have to be careful.
press G.
Should I be crouching?
I don't know.
I suppose.
I hate this game.
But it's fine.
Oh,
Unlock it.
oh, pills. God bless. I can just pick one.
For the price of one.
Oh, it's not hiding nothing.
It's not hiding nothing.
Okay.
Okay, this monster seems to be glass.
Let's keep exploring. Earlier I saw a little smiley face over here, but I don't know if it's just there or not. Is that so, Coffee?
That's
Is
what I
that
saw
so?
behind the door. Wait, what was that? Fingers? I found some fingers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have an ear and some fingers now.
Oh, you want to be the body collector then? I have a foot.
Yeah.
Oh, I got out of the water.
I don't know what we need it for, but I mean, fuck you.
Oh,
Right, every time I see the monster come, what is this?
a door.
That's fascinating.
In the door. ID spots?
A
Oh,
hand.
a hand. An eyeball. Nice.
Eyeball.
It's you.
There we go.
Wait, sorry. Let me correct myself. I'm sorry. Bless you, Sunny. Or not Sunny, Snazzy.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I said fuck you earlier. When you- I'm a different person when I'm scared.
Okay. Oh, I found a tape.
Oh, we found a tape?
Right. Yeah.
We can go back to the TV now and
Let's
watch.
go.
I'm sure it'll
Hours
be
nine.
a great film. Maybe it's Fear Street.
The
Part
hour's
4.
9:10. Oh, that's for the clock. Someone picked up the clock part earlier,
I
right?
did.
Okay, so 9:10. The time is 9:10.
9:10.
9, 10, 10 plus 9. Maybe it's the VHS tape of family.
What's
Good
that?
I don't know.
Something behind us.
Today.
My flashlight started flickering.
It's a movie. Cannot tell it's not.
You interact with the tape player on top.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
I read that. It was good.
No, the correct way. You clicked.
How it used to rely. How the fuck do I put the tape in?
Just put it in, silly. You've never seen a VHS before? Ahaha.
Are the same age as you, Hitsuga. Of course I've seen the VHS with player. How the hell do I get this? Come on. Oh, I need to open the inventory first. Oh, yeah, I got.
Remember, everyone, hydrate.
Oh,
The rescue team were dispatched moments after receiving a radio signal. Unfortunately, when the team arrived at the destination point, they got dead bodies. In total, 9 bodies were found.
9 bodies are found.
The team collected all the bodies and piled them up on the empty room. Some of the corpses were found with some anomalies on it. The anomalies are the next.
Brunette.
The previous subject was found without an eye.
Oh, I found his eye.
I have no idea.
Celine Delgado. 6 foot. Brunette. Tattoo on right arm.
The previous subject was found without their teeth.
Oh, so we gotta find teeth.
Jonathan.
The previous subject was found without the left foot.
I'm trying to watch the video. Shut up.
Dude, I'm so fucking scared.
Oh, does the tape just repeat itself?
The previous subject was found without
Yeah, it
an
does.
eye.
Turn off the DVD.
Alright, I guess we
gotta
zoomed
find
in.
a room with a bunch of bodies in it.
I like to turn this off. Oh fuck, I'll just leave it on. I'll just leave it on.
It might even distract the spirits or whatever.
Why
Spirits. We also gotta find teeth.
Entities.
not? Oh, I heard this scream.
That's not my screen.
Coming this way.
Is that Mel?
Else is-
I didn't realize Mel got on.
No?
We going this
The
way?
scream coming
Yeah,
from this
well, let's head this way. I want to show you guys what I found earlier. At the end of this long hall.
Oh, this is where he almost died.
I don't trust that smoke.
Run. Get into that locker.
You guys good?
Nope.
No? Did you die? Can you die in this game?
I think I evaded. So the violin in my ear says differently. There it goes. Hey.
Where's Snaza? I'm gonna pull out my radio.
Right to Snazza, so I told him to get in the locker and I kept running.
Hello?
Like he's
Can you hear us? Radio. Radio if you hear me. Radio. Radio.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, there you are.
Oh,
sorry,
hello.
Snazza.
Alright.
No,
I saw smoke coming out of a vent and I said, "Nah, I'm not dealing with that. Not today."
I thought I saw like some sort of spider running by.
I
Does it
started
have
going
eight
further
legs?
down the hallway and he just like spawned in front of me. I was like,
I
oh.
don't know if I've seen a spider yet. Oh, fuck me. That scared me. Alright. Point is, there's something down this long hallway that I wanted to see. But I was being chased and I almost
Does this
died.
thing have 8 legs? It looked like there was a spider running down the hallway.
I have no idea. Not
What
today,
chased me
Satan.
was like a tall, glitchy skeleton man.
I need a red key to open the door.
Oh, there's a red door. You need to find a red key.
There's a red note over here.
Got a note. Dear Hitsu, if you find some amazing things with them closer, although they hide a secret code. Okay, so take this whole code.
Oh, fuck off!
Did you die? Oh. I just saw a whole ass past me.
My name is Barry Allen!
What was that?
He's right behind you.
I'm gonna stay in the locker because his
Don't turn around.
Just rest him, so I'm responsible.
Alright, we have to go find Tally now. Tally!
Oh, well, I got attacked by what looked like some sort of weird spider thing.
I think that's what I just got attacked by. Fuck
I saw
that.
the legs and I just ran
Tally. Where's Tally? Oh wait, we never went down this door. Probably stuff for us here.
I know, but I'm covered in blood. It's not like
This is the door that Tally warned us about earlier.
it's a long corridor.
Tally. We should wait for Tally. Tally should.
Tally.
Me? I didn't make him go first.
I just saw the smiley face. If you look on the left side of this door, there is the smiley face.
Oh really?
We're there. Hi, smiley face. Oh my god.
I have the radio actually. Tally, you have a radio too, right? You can hear us, right? Come to the place where you were supposed to, or where you said don't go that way. That's where we are right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a smiley face
Sorry.
on the left side.
I guess I spoke too quietly. I said I was using the restroom and hiding in the
Oh,
locker.
I also got attacked by what looked like legs or a scouring pad.
Oh.
Right.
Charge!
Watch out on the left
if we
side.
die, we die.
Oh,
Yeah, I saw that as well.
Oh god, lag.
my anxiety.
I'm
No
not a
takers.
fan of any of this. Any of this.
Ah,
Smiley face is still there on that.
My phone just buzzed and I almost shot myself. Anyone need almond milk?
oh, I got separated. Oh, I found something.
Wait, run, 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 run! Oh fuck, run, 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 run! Bitch!
But if you can hear me, I found a radiation room. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Now, how the fuck did I manage to avoid that?
I don't know.
Just leave me,
Has it?
dickhead!
There's this thing I see.
Um,
Hey,
Hi, Hitsuga
found
ran
that.
from a massive spider.
oh,
So
I found a corpse with a radiation suit. Yeah, it's talking about radiation room. I think it. Yeah, it's right there.
Oh my fucking hello. Oh god! Fuck!
Don't look at it.
Hi,
Just look
Hitsu,
away.
Alright. Hi, Hitsu, did you get chased by the spider as well?
I got chased by two different things. Three things actually.
I found a corpse in a radiation suit and had a note talking about a radiation area. And had like I didn't go to the room because I didn't.
Okay, so
thought
there's
it was
radiation
area and
somewhere.
I didn't want to die.
Guys,
You don't have to say sorry. That's scared. I'm scared too. It's so scary.
Have you been down here?
I don't know.
Okay, well, the smiley face.
I was trying to
Oh,
go
yeah,
down
yeah,
here.
yeah, we've been down here.
I was trying to go down here and I got fucking scared.
Hi. Back that way is where corpse.
Right. I heard someone in the vents and they opened a vent. That's what happened. That's what I was running from. And then I got caught by another person while I was running.
I'm guessing we can't open
Wait,
the vents.
Did you die?
No, I did not die. I just fucking ran.
Have vents open.
I don't like that sound. I don't like that sound. That's not normal.
Maybe not.
Hey, it's safe here.
There's the vent that's open.
Oh, it's
that's
out.
safe.
It's Nina from fucking Full Metal Alchemist. Hello.
Stare in the eye. Show domination.
I kind of did, and it left. There's a lockbox in here with a padlock. You guys ever find a code? Some more pills. Anybody needs more pills?
Sure. I feel pretty insane. Alright, so we have these 2 spots on the side that we have to go check out. Oh, there's nothing on this side. So we have to go on the left here. We have to explore the left side. There's nothing on the right. It's just
up your
closed.
volume at all?
On Steam.
Yeah, in the game.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Because you're pretty quiet.
Oh,
The
I-
vases. One of the vases in the room contains something, but they are so hard to break by hand. So we need something else. Maybe a hammer. We need to break the vases with a hammer.
Oh, I don't have it. There's a vase though.
There's a vase.
Almond water. I wonder if the almond water heals this.
It does.
Purpose for it. It does?
Maybe
Yeah,
this
it
can be
does.
broken with something.
There's more water.
Okay, so we need
I
to
have
break
2
the
water.
vase. Does anyone have anything that can break the vase?
There's another vase and another one.
Interesting.
Oh, did it just pop up, Sonny? That's a bit late.
There's
I
another
just checked
vase
that
over
one.
there.
There's medicine here.
Oh god.
Oh god, how do I leave?
There's pills in the top drawer. And bottom.
It's smoking.
I never trust any smoking vents. This is mine.
We still need to find teeth.
Hitsu, it's safe to come out now.
Bet.
It's like,
Wait! You fucker!
Something was in the vents above me.
no, it's fine, I'm joking. Nothing was there.
Mine!
Joke's on you. Joke on you, Hitsu. There's a locker behind it. Hey, Tally.
You think it's safe?
Yeah, it's
I
definitely
I
safe.
think we need to come back to this area later when we have a hammer.
So we need a camera.
We have to
We need a hammer
explore
and
more.
we need a code for a
We need
padlock.
and we need screwdrivers in order to close these vents up.
We going this way? Or is it that one?
There's nothing that way. There's a backtrack then?
Yeah, the vents are bad.
Already been there. Already been there.
Oh wait, come here. Hitsu, come back.
What?
Hitsu, come back.
Where?
This is where I found the radiation guy, I think. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna turn around. I thought this was it.
We don't.
Oh, I remember. The sphere.
Oh, fuck me!
There's a smiley face. Oh, I'm dead.
What the fuck?
Snazza died. Oh, do you look at the face too long? Oh shit!
I guess so.
Don't go this way. Oh, hi, Snazza. Your shit's behind you.
Ifu!
I'm gonna run now. There's a dog chasing me.
They're in the eye. Oh, it can't hear me.
There is a luminous door.
Actually,
I fucking hate this game. I hate this game. What the fuck?
Alright,
I'm gonna use the restroom again and hide in the locker.
Hopefully
you guys hear me this time.
not again.
Oh, that sounds bad. Somebody scream.
he fucking died. Let me ask if Mel's alive. Oh. It's very troll, the noises they make. I guess we can wait for Tally, but... It's fucking pot. I'm gonna stay here until he comes back and jump scare him. Shh.
I'm back.
Okay.
And my anxiety is through the roof. I hear my own heartbeat
Alright.
thumping.
I got you, didn't I?
Okay, so if you die, what? I thought that was the ghost again. If you die, what will happen is you will see the face flash up at you. Then you have to find a luminous door by following the heartbeat. So that's what will happen if you die. So don't look at the
Oh my
face for too
fucking
long.
god.
Oh, for God's sake, I just got it. Fuck.
I saw the face. It's in the exit.
Listen, game, if you try and kill me again, I will fucking kick you in the throat.
We have like we have a certain amount of lives. I don't know how
We have
many
10 lives.
lives.
I lost 2. So I have 8 lives.
So we gotta in those fucking vents, you stupid dog.
Broken cat.
Oh,
Oh, why is it
I see his
red?
arm coming through the wall.
Oh, he's a bitch.
It's just.
His arm's
Oh, you're
going through
hiding?
the wall.
I'm
He's
good.
behind the wall. He can't get to us.
Is it the dog?
I don't know which- No, the big guy, the wireframe guy.
Oh, spider legs?
Spider
Oh, the face is
legs,
back.
spider legs.
This locker's pretty safe.
Yeah. His face is back. I think we need to go where the radiation guy was. Maybe it's not irradiated, but I can't
Alright.
get to it because the face
You'll have to lead me there then.
there. I've been trying.
You'll never die because I'm always in a
The
locker.
face-
It's
face is still there,
safe!
Snazza.
The
Face is still
face
there.
can't get me if I'm facing backwards.
Is that how that
That
works?
is true.
I don't know
We
if that's
can
how that
step
works.
by if we just look down.
Yeah, fuck you, face. Bastard.
I'm
What?
running this-
Oh god, no, I was
Oh.
wrong. I was
He
wrong.
was horribly wrong. Tally's dead. No! We need it. Oh my
Okay,
fuck!
I was wrong about that.
Yep, we sure were.
Shit.
Hello, I'm here. Well, Mel's here.
That's right, it's to abandon me. Oh, you fucking dick.
I don't hear my heartbeat at all.
Oh god.
This is typical Hitsuga. He always takes the nearest locker. Little bitch bastard.
There's still one spot. We were waiting for you the entire time, Mel. We started stream 2 hours late, basically.
Exactly. This game is not scary, it's just really stupid.
Hey, speak for yourself.
It's been
I'm fucking petrified.
I've been scared once.
Should we restart though, so that Mel can join?
Sure, why not?
I feel like I haven't made much progress, anyways.
No.
I mean, besides Tally dying.
Yeah, Tally's dead. Teabag. Teabag, 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 teabag. Shut up, monster, I'm trying to have teabag action.
We're asking for.
So if it gets me, the game is rigged.
I've had so much water already.
Funny. That was alright, that was worth it.
Is there a take all button for grabbing your stuff back?
No clue.
It probably will take you like 2 minutes max.
Oh god, why is this thing working?
All right, but Tally, Mel's here, so we were thinking about just restarting since we haven't made much progress. I don't think.
Face is there again. Yeah, that's fine.
Right with a
But,
frown and
Yeah,
face.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Hitsu and I started whistling and then the monster got mad.
Oh,
Bad dog. Bad dog.
I'm not whistling. I might.
oh, it's got it.
Yeah, back off. Back off, bitch. Fuck! He's not backing up. That's the dog. You're deaths, baby. Yikes.
Fine.
Ooh. Ooh.
I think we just
Ooh.
need like gigs a game.
Yeah.
Easiest.
Snake's dead. We're just dying a lot. Where's my heartbeat? You think there's like an afterlife ghost that kills people permanently? I'm kind of fucked up. Alright, Mel. You make it out yet?
Come out.
Surely Mel's done downloading now.
I start trying to get down the hallway. Every time I try, there's something there.
Okay. I'm gonna change some settings real quick. Inventory. I'll make that that.
That dog's still guarding the area.
Why is a dog guarding us?
I don't know. I don't know.
Alright, Mel's probably AFK. Well, installing.
I mean, we could just run past it. It takes like 3 or 4 days to. Oh.
Oh my fucking.
Oh. Oh, Face is here too.
Alright. I still see red lights around me, so I don't know if it's close to me or not. Oh, Tally can't hear me. He's not responding. I'm out of range. I'm all alone. I'm all alone in this cruel world. Dying.
See?
Hello? Can you hear me? Dude, this red light is still there.
Ah, get juked.
Fucking red light. I'm just waiting for this light to go away before I go out. But like,
What's that?
I still want to.
Neighbor?
Did I risk it for the biscuit? Nah, risk it for the biscuit.
Hey. Thank you. A rake?
Hello? Oh god, I'm all alone now. Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Where are you?
In a radiated area.
Oh fuck, I was trying to follow you and I don't know where you are.
I died
mean-
as I drank a thing. What kinds of random things here? So we definitely shouldn't come this way. But we need to get through that area to, get back. Try and find the room of bodies.
Ah, fuck. I don't even know where I am. Honestly, I just need Mel to come to life, like right now, so we can restart. I'm fucking terrified.
So lost. Dark rooms are confusing.
Forgot about that sound.
The heck?
Ah!
My character growled. That's weird.
Did I just jump? I did. Rip you. Rip Snaz. I hated that. I hated that too. Mel, come to life so we can restart.
I don't know how to get out of this area.
Oh my Dickens. Oh, God. Hello? Okay, Mel said it's installed. If you can hear me, Tally. So I'm gonna leave. Because I'm fucking terrified. Okay, Mel said it's installed. I'm a leave. Fuck this game. No, hop in the dang voice channel. Then I'll invite y'all.
Oh my god, that was actually quite fun.
I didn't even know what the fuck was going on, and I was still freaking out.
I loved it.
Yeah, the game is really fun.
I got chased by I got chased by like this freaking spider or scouring pad and a dog.
It's ridiculous. That's what this game is. Actually ridiculous.
Very. But it's
I
fun.
need to be hot lady to survive. Homeless lady. It just has to change.
So we've just learned the monster doesn't like homeless people.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mel.
Hi Mel.
Hello? I'm so sorry for the late and the wait.
Oh,
You're fine. It's only 3 hours, not 4 hours now.
Yeah. We've been here for ages.
yeah, like 20, no, 80 years.
Yeah, it's only been 6 hours.
Yep.
And 60 years.
Oh,
I invited you guys, but
but
Just to catch you up, Mel, there is proximity chat in the game.
Okay,
So,
cool.
Tally can't use it for some
I
reason.
restarted the game to try and fix it because I've changed my default mic to my regular mic. So hopefully it works.
Oh, I hear you in game, actually.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Then yeah, we're good.
It says it's loading.
Yeah,
it-
takes a
it'll-
minute to load.
It'll do it.
I was like, what the heck? Oh, okay.
Oh, look, the twins have arrived. Alright, I'm on mute in Discord then.
I am gonna have to pick a new skin.
We have a little bit of that background noise on Tally's end, which is just going to be added ambiance to the game. Fantastic. Wait, you guys can hear me though, right? In game.
I'm gonna be Tory politician.
Can you hear me from proximity? No, I cannot. Tally had to restart the game and fix reset his default mic to his actual mic or whatever. Are you speaking, Mel? You can unmute in Discord instead of typing. Are the people talking? Hello?
Hello.
Okay.
Yes.
Mel? Can you hear us in game?
I can hear you.
How do you have fun? Try not to die? I will do my best. Thank you, 100 Ways to Pie, but I appreciate you. No, I can't hear you in game. So you have to, I'm guessing you have to fix your default settings and sound.
So, wherever Windows has as their default microphone is what the game is going to pull from.
It's a dog.
No, I am a flaming hot girl. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Worldwide. Andrew Tate. What do you mean there's always, it's just sound settings. Nani? Yeah, in your PC. Sorry, I think, okay, I understand. On your PC, so your Windows PC, or whatever it is. I thought you meant in game. I was like, what do you mean? How is there no settings for audio on your computer?
Subscribe to Hitsuga on Twitch.tv.
Don't subscribe to me.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
Like hit the start menu, cogwheel,
What?
which is settings. Go to your system, audio, sound.
Hang on, you weren't meant to hear that. It's
Wait, what?
Go to input, choose your microphone.
They're just standing there menacingly and hotly.
No.
Okay,
once you
screen
set it,
share.
you have to restart the game.
Screen share. We got you. We're gonna
I did all
fix
that. I had to restart the game for it to work. Or just use this Discord. I did.
All right, we're watching Mel stream. Oh God, my voice.
Streamception.
Okay. So open your Windows PC. I only see the game, by the way. I'll mute this.
Yes, capture monitor and not game. Which is just eliminated the show on stream.
Okay, so you fixed it properly, yeah? You selected the things? Is it Realtek audio instead of microphone? Oh my god, you
that's
have the fucking
output. You need input audio, not output audio.
You use Realtek instead of your mic?
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
my
know
laptop mic.
Oh, there you
Oh, that's crazy.
go.
Well, it should work now then once you restart.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
for some
yeah.
reason you still can't hear me in chat.
Because you didn't restart, you nerd.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was it. How many times you say it? Only a few.
It's okay. Mel is confused. Mel got it though. It's Deception.
I'm only used to it because you had to do this for Phasmophobia.
Yeah, I remember you were like muted for a while.
Can you invite me again?
Uh-huh.
No. Wait, where are you? Oh, you're off the game, so I have to find you.
I'm gonna go for Agent 47.
There you go.
Nice.
I'm hot.
I thought you wore a black suit.
Oh, but maybe he wants to be a bit old. You know, blacks out. Who's in?
This would be better. This would be more
Strong.
believable.
Excuse me.
Yeah, but then he
Actually,
looks
this would be
very
believable
so it's
too.
even
The
more
police
confusing.
officer.
Yeah, I was a police officer. It's fine. Wish I had a gun.
Oh man, don't attack the goth chick. She's too sexy.
Yeah, exactly. It's my play. You know, if I'm too hot, demons won't come for me.
You're gonna be the same character.
That's how it works in the movies, right?
When
Right? Right? Invite you again. Okay. There you go.
Again.
Oh, who's that handsome man on your Steam? The one with the tie on. He looks good.
His trousers look quite trousel. I don't know.
Trousers.
That's not a word, but it'll do. I'm young and hot.
True. Trousers.
We're just making up words as we go.
Liberties with the English language. Trousers.
I'm young. Oh, God damn. Wait,
I mean, Sonny,
have a
it's
vibe.
true.
can
He
anyone
was
add
hot.
quotes?
Yeah, we can add quotes.
I'm curious if VIP can add quotes.
I think it's.
Okay, it's exclamation quote, but I don't know how to. Can I not hear you? No. No, I can't. Did you mess up, Mel?
Hello? Hello?
Oh, I hear you.
Oh, I can hear you, Mel. Only just.
I'm gonna need you to raise your voice chat volume, though.
Oh, Mel, you didn't give me the review of the Holy Bread. I'm disappointed.
Alright. But we did hear Mel. Right? That wasn't Mel in Discord.
I don't know. I was just paying attention.
Okay.
I've got one.
Oh, God. It's another PNG face. Alright, we're in. Let me switch back to game with my handy dandy stream deck. I'm back in game? We are. It's so nice to have such slender legs, I guess.
Oh, you're getting slender.
Oh shit, looking snazzy over here. Get it? Get it?
What are you trying to do? What is so? Hitsu, this ain't that kind of game, man.
I'm just a pro Valorant player. It's in my blood.
Hey, this is.
All right, we found two of us.
Oh,
Can you guys hear me, by the way?
I wonder if Mel can hear us.
Can you hear
I hear you. I hear you.
So I have
Yeah.
a question. Like, at the beginning of the game, do you guys fall off a computer chair?
No, I got attacked by a PNG face on the street again.
I
Nice,
fell
I
asleep
off
at
a
my
computer
desk.
chair.
Like I was
sounds
doing
fun.
work in like Excel
Yeah,
spreadsheets. I fell asleep.
Yeah, I think it's because if you pick a character who's like, oh, sorry, and they're,
Wait, I just saw Mel.
Hey Mel, how's it going?
I don't know,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're
You're
so
very
quiet though.
quiet.
quiet.
You have to boost your mic.
Boost it.
Does she know how though?
No,
It's boosted all the way.
Like on Windows
Yeah.
or like in game?
In game.
Game 2.
Damn, your mic is quiet.
Yeah, but
Big Ian, so how do I play this game?
we'll get a radio soon, which will help.
well, to start, we go up these stairs that are clearly a library. It's over.
That ass. That ass.
Alright.
Damn. That ass. Triple booty.
Stare at the smiling faces.
Okay. Mel, come here. Radio for me.
Hey, you guys are all looking down.
Alright, Mel, come here.
We'll get a
You have-
radio.
You have to read this note.
Yeah, and pick up the pills.
Yeah,
Those
take
are
the
important.
pills.
I didn't get any pills. I
Get
have
some
no water
pills.
and that's it.
Get some almond water if you can, and get some pills, and get a radio.
Is there any almond water? Alright. To use the radio, Mel, just pull out your radio by pressing I to open your inventory.
Pick up the
Or press
pills.
R to open your radio.
Oh, that works. Press R to open your radio. Reload your radio. When you're lost, you'll need it to find us, because we can't hear you.
Yes. No, if you can hear me cough. Oh.
I told this.
Oh. Well, if you can hear me cough.
I know how this puzzle works.
1 is 1. 2 is 4.
And what was the code to the lift again?
Wait,
1
Mel figured it
4
out.
7 9.
Now let Mel figure it out.
Try 1 4 7
The
9.
elevator code, Mel. There's a note over here that tells you.
I'm gonna come.
Oh god.
Oh, it's not 147 there. I forgot the lift code again.
Alright, Mel, you have to go solve it.
First number is 1.
It's
It's the same though.
7.
It
First
is.
number is 2.
what was it 1742 or 1748?
Mel, come to the elevator.
117. 72. Is that a good year?
What's it,
Doesn't work.
what's it again?
1972.
Call you up in 1972. Singing here we go.
Alright,
Yeah.
easy peasy. Now the fun begins.
Lag.
Boom.
Oh yeah, Mel, don't stare at the faces.
She read the note, right? You did read the note, right?
I skipped through it.
Oh, well, you're
Oh
fucked.
jeez.
Where's the... Oh, here it is.
Why not the torch? Oh god,
God.
sorry. We need to find torches. And
Find a
quick.
torch.
Second floor has flashlights. You guys want those?
What's the note say?
Have to use flashlight.
Oh god,
Third
stop.
floor has another note.
Try not to press G, because G whistles and it attracts the monsters. The monsters come out of the
We
vent of the
tested
vents,
that for science.
like Among Us, but scarier. Yes. You press shift to run.
It's so hard to hear, Mel.
Out of.
Kinda.
Yeah.
It's the back rooms.
It's like a maze, unless
Yeah, this room is
the
circle.
back rooms. Because it all looks the same. Like, it looks like some sort of abandoned office block. Possibly.
There's no
With
foot over
shitty
there like
wallpaper.
last time.
You just gotta remember the corners.
Hell is everybody? Oh, that's the lift. We were there before.
Did we lose you guys already? Mel?
Oh, well, she's dead.
Mel?
No.
Yeah, I'm with Snazzy Boy. We lost Mel.
Nice.
Mel.
Mel?
Mel.
Use your radio, Mel, you're lost!
Mel's. Oh, God. Oh, Tally's dead.
That's not something I expected to see.
Mel.
Oi! Fuck! Mel!
Get out of there, it's the...
Mel!
Oh, well, that's a good sign.
Mel, come here. Use your radio if you're lost.
Mel, use the radio.
Well, you're here now.
Is everything okay? Oh,
Tally's still trying to come back to life, so.
yeah. You can press E to open the...
Wait. Mel's not just communicating Morse code of flashlights? Okay.
Yeah, you press E to... Oh, sorry.
Oh, you dickhead.
Oops. I pushed the wrong button, I was supposed to press F.
Oh, Mel's AFK. I guess we're waiting for Tally.
Yeah.
I don't know Tally. Tally's a ghost right now, so he's trying to find his heartbeat. Can you go blind like this?
What?
Shining your face, Mel. Don't know what that sound is? I don't want to know what that sound is.
I saw a shadow just running.
I saw that once and then it killed me.
Alright, well, Hitsuga, it's safe to come out now. It doesn't look like anything is coming.
Well, I had to go pee. I'll BRB. BRB anyways!
Yeah, well, not in the locker. Some of us need to use it.
Can't hear you, unfortunately.
Bruh. Alright, fine, screw you then. I'll make my own locker with blackjack and hookers. Shit. Oh, fuck that, I'm leaving Mel behind. Oh, Tally's alive, that's a good sign.
It might take me an age to find the door. So guys, I found the room full of bodies.
I hit Sue. I found it. Mel has moved.
all my friends die yet?
No. Mel died.
Oh, what the fuck? Mel actually died. Why'd she die over there though?
The monster got her.
Was she still AFK?
Yep.
Oh my god, Mel. Don't AFK in the open like that, Mel.
The one that looked like a scouring pad got her.
Do you see a shadow?
Yep. That is the good shadow.
Oh, I'm taking your shit, Mel. Thank you.
Can you actually take it? Oh, you can. No, you can't. It's completely safe to come out. There's nothing there.
You don't know that. Fuck.
Sucker. Or for you, asshole.
Hey, Tally.
Hi.
Hey, Rosemary. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. How are you doing? Guys? Are you alive? Oh, hey, Snake.
You, asshole. That's right, it's still
so
the one
fun.
as soon as the monster gets there.
Mel, come back!
Yeah.
Ah, fuck it. Well,
I was
whatever.
scared and confused.
She actually AFK'd and just got murked instantly. She has a timer. Does she know that?
I don't
Probably not.
No, she has 5 minutes to find the one.
You don't have the video tape.
Oh my god, Mel.
Go find the videotape again.
Anything in here? Oh, there is. There's teeth in here. And an ear. Oh,
An ear.
who keeps closing it?
I don't know. Got in here.
I'll take more pills. I'll take as many pills as I can. I'm gonna do something real quick, cause I want to use this command more. Does it work with the @ I wonder? Oh, it does. That's cool. That's pretty cool.
Whatever.
How are you doing, Rosemary? This game is quite fun. This game is quite fun.
It is.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what I'm doing. All I know is one of my teammates are dead.
All I know is that Mel's mum caused her to be murdered.
Yeah, literally. Called to her death, unfortunately. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. There's a smiley dude there. Chores? What kind of chores? Being productive? Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. But it's fun. I'm enjoying it. I get that. I feel that. I like that. I think Mel is perma-dead. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Where are you guys?
Back in the elevator.
Just made it
Right
back to
by
the
the left.
elevator. The fuck?
Yep. Looking for parts. It's hard to put it.
I've got teeth, I've got finger.
So what happens if Mel doesn't come back? I think she's dead now. It's been 5 minutes. Is that what happens? She's just dead?
Yeah, I think she goes into spectator mode.
No. AFK in a locker. Fuck, that scared me. That scared the fuck out of me. I thought that was in game. That felt so real.
Hitsu decided to be our boss in a locker.
Well, tell her you're in survival mode. Look at your body, dude. You literally just AFK'd right there.
Oh, she stinks.
Oh, she's stinking. Alright. Well, she's in spectator mode.
Somewhat fragrant.
Does she come
On
back?
the bodies.
Does anyone know? Oh,
This is where the
cool.
bodies are.
Oh, less cool. That's a thing, that's a thing, that's a thing, that's a thing, that's a
Oh,
thing!
that's the monster.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Alright, mate. I'm trying to check out the bodies, man.
Oh my fuck, dude.
Am I still on the radio, by the way?
You spoiled it. Look.
Okay. Hey. How you doing?
I was like, what's that in the corner over there?
One body had
I don't think it's going to be the monster.
These people who were found and piled up in this place. Some of their bodies were found with some anomalies. Look for a VHS tape for more information. I found a foot. Oh my god, Mel! Come back soon. Are you back? Like, back? Actually back?
One of them had no teeth.
So it's, the map is RNG, it seems like. Some similarities. A lot of similarities, but like... Carmen... Oh, I have to find their names and actually give them the fucking proper thing. That's cringe.
Look at the corpses, they're hide and seek mode. Just pay attention to the blood.
Okay, so we actually have to refine the body parts and put them back to who they belong with.
Yeah.
So we need to find the videotape. The corpses, they hide a secret code. Just pay attention to the blood. 1, 2. What's the pin code? Pin 2, 3. Oh, fuck.
Let's go for over there. Bye.
Hello. I mean, I'm back, but I don't know if I can play. What do you mean you don't know if you can play?
Behind that door.
Like, you can't play, like, as in you can't play, or as in, like... I mean, I see your ghost shadow. Are you spectating, or are you, like, still in game? I'm curious. Oh god, I just see something in the corner there. Fuck me. Hey, Neo.
Hi, Neo.
Where did Tally go?
もしもーし。
Moshi moshi. Many moshi moshi to you too. My Tomodachi. The hour 6:25. Oh, I found a VHS tape.
Nice. Now we can find the wrong part to go to.
Okay. I didn't break an intention.
What did you get a break?
I don't know.
Remember,
Level 0, the back rooms? Oh, it's great. Mel died and she can't come back because she went AFK and died.
VHS is like this. Okay, so we gotta pay attention to who's missing what.
I don't know if she comes back or not, though.
A rescue team were dispatched moments after receiving a radio signal. Unfortunately, when the team arrived at the destination point, they got dead bodies. In total, 9 bodies were found. The team collected all the bodies and piled them up on an empty room.
We're at the TV if you hear us. Oh, that's snazzy.
Some of the corpses were found with some anomalies on it.
There's a face.
The anomalies
I'm
are
just
the
trying to be
next.
careful where I look. Okay, it's not there anymore.
G. Chad Johnson.
Johnson.
What a fucking name.
Previous subject was
Oh, I have the foot.
found without the left foot.
Got the foot.
I have a foot. That might be the one.
Herbert and Iowa.
The previous subject was found without an eye. The previous subject was found without the left ear.
I only have the foot,
I
so.
missed the name. What's the red
Oh,
herring part?
we gotta go. We gotta dip. We gotta dip. We gotta dip. We gotta dip. I'm sorry your family's yelling at you, though, Mel. It's alright. I know that whenever I see smoke coming out of a vent, that's not fucking normal.
What? Even
But we have seen the doggo. We have seen it.
The bad dog.
Alright,
oh,
let's
there's-
go, friends. Oh, fuck!
On the face again.
Ah, dicks!
Right?
Fuckity fuck fuck!
Oh,
Your
in the
tip.
face.
It's always nice. I appreciate you, Neo.
Oh, I'm at the beginning. Heck.
Yeah, let's
Start.
head this way. Oh fuck. Snazzy! Snazzy boy!
Up.
Can you hear us? Where are you? Oh, there you are. Alright, let's head this way, right? Is where the body was? Where is the body?
Yeah. I think it's this. Is this one? Or is that one?
I don't remember.
Either way.
Also, hello, Lala Warrior. Lala Warrior 89.
There it is.
Welcome. Have you played this before? Alright, I need to find G. Chad Johnson, for he is the one with the dank feet.
Here. Chad Johnson's here.
So who?
Alright.
I've got teeth, but I've got fingers.
I don't remember.
So is this one that's foot?
That's footy boy.
What's this? So who has teeth? Who has fingers? Frank Elman. What does he have?
I saw eyes and I saw ears. We need eyes and ears. They're the names of the people we need.
Fingers.
Robert and Nilo. Where's the eye? Don't have the eye. Robert
Fuck
Nilo
that.
is missing the
I
eye.
have teeth and fingers.
I only had foot, so. But they said there's a code using these
Who's
body.
missing the ear? Do you remember?
I do not remember that. Lala as in
I
Lalafell?
remember who's missing the ear.
No
You
monster
guys hear that?
in the vent. Yep.
Yes, we
Hi.
heard it.
You right? Fuck that. Fuck. I'm so
I don't
fucked.
remember who's missing the ear.
No,
Yeah,
Tally.
remember.
I don't remember.
Well, I'm gonna give it to Nathan.
Yeah, we can leave it there for now.
Thank you.
I'm staring you down, bitch.
Oh. I jumped.
That works. Thank you, Tally.
Oh god. Oh god.
Snake is dead. Thank you for your sacrifices, my Tomodachis. What is that? Is it the dog or is that the dead body? I'm a villain. I'm a straight villain. Hello? Oh god, they both died.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, fuck! Dude! What the fuck is this bullshit? Ellie came back and he died. Dekiru Ore wo dekiru zo. Hello? I mean, that thing looks scary as heck. Yeah, fuck that. Oh, Snake is alive. Where's Snake though? What the fuck, dude?
I just got here, alright.
Alright. We have a pin. We have a pin door. We need to use the bodies. They're painted with blood to figure out the pin. I think it's one of these four numbers. It's 2, 3, 4, 6.
What is it?
2, 3, 4, 6.
2, 3, 4, 6.
Can I see it real quick?
So I don't need to press.
2, 3, 4, 6. I'm assuming.
I did not get any of that.
2, 3, 4, 6. I think.
So,
Because this note here says.
Yep.
Oh.
2, 3, 4, 6.
Oh, hammer! And a nose!
Hey, the eyeball.
Hammer, nose.
So,
Yeah.
I reached the door, respawned, and I spawned inside of one of the monsters and next to another.
Oh god, that sounds awful.
I've got the nose. The nose.
I got a hammer.
Hammer!
I'll beat up this demon.
So we can break vases with the hammer. So that's
Yeah.
So, we
So
need to
who
figure
needs
out
the
where
nose?
the ear actually goes, and we
I
need
have
to find
teeth,
an eyeball.
fingers, and a nose.
You only need an eyeball, and that's it. The
An
rest,
eyeball. Is this the right person though?
No, I don't
Nathan
remember
Allen.
who had the
Alright, we have to go back to the tape then and remember the names.
But there's only 3 parts that the tape told us, which was the...
Yeah, but maybe
the foot, the eye, and the
maybe
ear.
getting those 2 parts continues the video or something.
Possibly.
I don't know for sure.
I don't know. We need to find the eyeball, that's for
He's
sure.
back.
Yeah, we do. Oh, you can actually use a screwdriver to close the duct.
That's right, it's down there.
Fuck you, demon! Not in my house! Chair. Feel safe for now, right?
I'm you, Tally.
Alright. Going to the TV. Not today, Satan. Not today. G. Chad Johnson.
The previous subject was found without the left foot.
Robert Nilo.
The previous subject was found without
Robert De Niro needs an eye. Got it.
Robert De Niro.
Nathan Allen needs the ear. Oh, that was actually right.
The previous subject was
Who
found
needs the
without
nose,
the
the
left ear.
fingers, and the teeth?
We don't know. We don't know who needs that yet. We just okay. Robert De Niro is the one that needs the eye, though. All right, where are you guys right now? Where did you guys go? I see Mel's body, but I don't know where you guys are.
I'm... Oh, hey. Don't go left. Don't go left.
Hanging out by the hallway down
It's a
there.
happy smile down there.
Can you guys come this way?
Yeah?
Can you go
I saw something. I wasn't sure if there's anything here though. Hey Kylie, what's up?
Hello.
Alright, I'll switch to this now. There's more stuff over here, so.
Yeah. Let's find the
Shazam! Clear your corners like you're a Valorant pro. We're
Hey,
set.
Neo. You should buy this. It's $4.99 and join us.
Yeah, why not?
I think Neo's actually playing. Neo's already played this a lot though. He has it. I think
Oh,
Neo
has he?
recommended this game to me.
Oh, I recommended this game.
Well, I think a lot of people recommended this game to be
You're
fair.
beating it? Nice. You know exactly how we're messing up.
Okay.
It was sick.
What you up to, Kylie? We're just freaking out. It's okay. I lied. We've already been here. Oh god, why walk so slow? I mean, I can sprint.
This is
Oh.
how we get out of here. We need to go down that hallway.
Fucking damn it.
Alright, well, let's not go down that hall.
Oh,
Let's go this way. Oh god, fuck off. Right, well, I'm gonna die. Ah. Ah.
Survive! Snake died. Eating my adult Happy Meal that your sister wanted? Hey, what?
Yes.
Oh, you're alive!
That was quick.
Where are you, though?
Luckily, the light room was very close by.
I see the flashlight. Hey, Tally. Oh, hey, Snake. There we go. We're sharing. Ah. I
there we go.
want some chicken
I died
nuggets.
because somebody decided to hide in their
That's a
locker.
red door.
I had a good reason for it, though, didn't I?
I know, I'm only fooling. What's this?
It's talking about paintings. We haven't seen any paintings yet, though. Yeah.
Hitsu, you are a cunt from Snake Eater. Don't joke.
Really? It said that? Wow.
Yeah.
That's...
No, I'm joking,
Wow.
I'm joking.
Hey, Tally. Got the nuggies? Hell yeah.
This is what I was looking for.
I love Mickey D fries, but it's like a hit or miss. It just depends on like when they're making it or how it is. How fresh it is,
Not
I mean,
this
sorry.
way, not this way, not this way.
I think it is actually that
Saw
way.
the wire dude. I saw the wire dude right there.
I think it actually is that way though.
Hey, don't shut the door on me, what the hell?
What the fuck? Why are we running now?
Oh, Hitsu.
No!
Oh, well, someone died. I hit.
Fuck me, dude! I turned the corner and his
お前の
face
命は今終わった
Ah, I know, I'm a baka. My Inochi's already dead. Fuck me.
The wire
Alright.
monster didn't crawl it.
Heartbeats, heartbeats, heartbeats. If I had a heartbeat, where would it be? I don't really know. God, I found this place. I know where that is now. Holy shit, that made me jump. Fuck this game.
Still there.
Yeah.
There we go. This is the door.
Oh, what did you...
Mate, we could have just closed that.
I don't have the stamina for joking.
Oh no, Tally's dead. Where the fuck did Snazza go? Dude, I need to find this heartbeat. I can't find it. Oh, as I say that, I heard it.
Boo.
Oh my fuck! Nande! What killed me earlier was the smiley face. Hello? Is that my friend? My pal? Talio?
You too.
Yeah, I fucking hate the smiler too. Alright, I need to go grab my shit. I saw some stuff while I was a ghost though.
Yeah.
Oi! Don't whistle in this long corridor.
Almond water.
Alright, hello? Oh!
Oh, for God's sake, I need some bloody almond water. Oh my god, that sound effect.
That's a generic sound effect. I've heard that so much.
I got a red key.
Oh, a smile down there.
You got a what? Red key? Oh my dicks, man.
Oh, dicks. There's a red door. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh, Hitsuga's dead.
Don't worry. I'm back. Boo, bitch.
I need some almond water badly.
Wait, I need to go grab my shit though. I'm trolling. That's an Apex Legends coming in clutch there. You see that? You see that? See how quickly I looted my own body?
Very quick.
So where the fuck are you guys? Fucking scared.
Don't go in there. The dog's in there.
Open radios. I hear you guys close by, but open radios.
Hello.
Okay, where are you guys right now?
I
Oh, you're right there. Perfect.
That's Tyler.
I thought I saw Ty's torch just now. No. Fossil
He's
blob.
somewhere over here. Tally? There you are.
Tally, if you're
Behind you,
in-
behind you, oh, no, 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 no.
Yeah, the
Oh,
base
I
is
saw
down.
it.
Come here, Tally, come here, come here. Come here.
Okay, I found a red key. I smashed a vase and I got a red key.
The red key.
Oh, did you grab my hammer? Wait, you have a hammer too.
I have a
Yeah,
hammer.
Yeah.
We all have
Yeah,
hammers.
hammer.
Sweet.
Did anyone find the eye?
Fuck you. This locker is in use. It's too.
Come here, Tally, it's your... We're at the red room, Snazzy, if you hear us. We're at the red room.
Coming. What the fuck is
Oh, this is the
red
paintings. This is the paintings.
Paintings, there's something up with the paintings. I don't remember some sort of.
L, wait, wait, come back. There's something there. There's an L. I'm not sure what you did. Fuck, there's an L on
Where's
it.
the red room? Over.
I see nothing.
I saw an L
Oh, I
earlier.
see it now. It's at an angle. You guys see it this angle.
Oh. Red room is not here. So there's an L. There's an A on this one. L-A.
Hello.
L-A-R.
L-A-R-N. Larn?
L-A-R.
L-A-R-N? I didn't mean to go in there. I'm gonna go in there now.
Guys.
Hide, hide.
Hitsu, you gotta see this. Hitsu.
Bro, hide!
Hitsu,
I
you
heard
gotta
smoke.
see this. Fine. Come here, you gotta see this.
I'm a baby!
There's really nothing here.
I'll give it 10 seconds first.
It's good.
Nah,
Alright,
fuck
I
it.
guess we'll just
Fuck
hang out
it.
for 10 minutes, then.
Fuck it.
Crouch down and look. This. Come on.
No, it's a cat.
Adorable.
Oh, that's actually so cute.
Oh, L-A... How do you rotate this? What was it? L...
I think it was Larn. It's spelled Larn.
R... N... Then what?
Larn.
We need a fourth.
It was L-A-R-N, wasn't it?
Yeah, but there's 4 letters. We only found 3.
Wait, there's
That second painting never
L-A-R-N.
gave us a- Painting 5.
Oh, there's 5. Oh.
But we need another.
How does a kid?
That's an N.
I just what?
That's an R.
What? This one didn't give us anything.
That's an A.
Oh wait.
Oh, it spells learn. It spells learn.
Yeah. L-E...
I just figured out what the last letter was, yeah.
Yeah, I saw it. It's hard to see.
I didn't see the E. I just realized, like, it was in order.
L-E-I-A-R. Oh, I keep saying A weird. A... There's a fuse.
Both found.
Off jelly.
I
Pick
picked
up.
up a
What
fuse.
is that? Fuse.
Fuse.
Consuming or produce an energy boost. Oh, okay. So I run faster?
Okay, well, we need to like this fuse.
Huh?
Alright. Just so you know, if I die, I have 3 fuses. Grab those if you need
I hear heartbeats on our left.
Okay. You have fuses. What do you need fuses for?
Can't say I know.
We need to smash up some more bases to get some more fuses.
Yeah, let's head towards the bases. The boss says.
We still need the eye for the bodies. I don't know what
I
that
don't know what that is.
Radiation suits. So assuming the fuses and the radiation suits have something to do.
Oh, you think the eye is like in a corner somewhere?
It's possible.
I have a nose, teeth, and fingers as well. Fingers. Shut up. There's a smiley face there, don't there?
Sally,
Hi.
where are you right now?
I am close to the beginning.
Oh, fuck.
Looking around to see there's an eye on the floor.
Not cool, bro. Oh, shit. Am I good?
I think so.
I'm good.
Hear or see anything?
Well, hello there, Snazzy.
Open the locker.
Well, because it turned to me. It started chasing me.
Oh, I know, it's quite funny.
Okay.
The lockers I can do.
I'm gonna hide in the locker and use the restroom again, so I'll be right back.
Alright, do what you gotta. Where are you, Snazzy?
Is he trying not to die?
Wait. Did he hide in the locker with his radio in? You can do that?
No.
Oh, we got that radio ambient
It's alright.
ambiance.
Come out now.
He's going to the restaurant. Alright, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go through. Could you imagine though? Oh shoot, can we smash it? This looks like glass. Oh, I guess we have to find something different. Let's go where the vods were. The vods. Versace's.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. Alright, welcome back. Oh my fucking god, this motherfucking smiley face.
Yeah, Hitsuga, the smile's gone. It's safe to come out. Like,
Just so you know, fuck you. Tally died.
oh dear god.
Come here now. How dare you?
I just want to stress on the record, I did not know that was going to happen. I'd like to stress that for the record. I would like to stress on the record, I did not know that was going to happen.
Fuck this game, dude!
The game is fun as fuck, but ridiculous at points.
Ugh.
This is all I
Is
will
Tally
say.
back yet?
No. It's smoking, you better run.
No, I'm good. I'm chilling.
Oh dear.
Hello? Hello? Oh god. Yeah, sure thing, buddy. Alright. I don't know where Snake is, I don't know where Tally is. I'm just chilling here in the dark.
Okay, once again, I didn't know that was going to happen. It was, however, hilarious, nonetheless.
Alright, you be my flashlight so I can walk around and radio Tally when he's back. Nah, so Tally knows where we are. I have it. I just...
There are a load of lockers. And there's a padlock.
What does it say?
Has numbers on it.
Alright, Tally! Tally? He doesn't have his radio yet. Tally, can you hear us? We're at the place with the 4 lockers and the lock pad and the vases and stuff like that. That's where we are right now.
I'm not room for the bodies. I got chased in here.
Okay. Oh, I can hear you eating. What's the snack today over there, security officer person who got lost as well? Hey, Cerise.
It's not 1972.
Oh, look at my waist. It's Italian what?
Flatbread crackers.
Oh!
Oh. Oh, fuck. We gotta be quiet.
I haven't had dinner.
Do you think the dog goes through the door? Snake?
Why not? Why not?
It's not spooky. Okay, we have to be quiet then.
Stop moving it, so. Fine. If you wanna play that game, we'll play that game.
He came.
You guys remember the
what?
The metal thing floating in the air?
Wait, hold up. Where are you right now? Tally?
You remember there's a room out to the side, that one area where the face always was when we got trapped by the dog?
Yeah.
In that room there's like this metal, this mangled bit of metal just floating there, the light shining on it.
Yeah, I was thinking about.
I will try to find my way back to you, but you need to help us a little bit. Oh! Fuck! Dude! Where are you, Tally?
Solve that puzzle.
Oh,
Are you in the room?
Yeah, we're in a room. Wait, you solved the puzzle on your own?
I know when you're in that room.
Wait, you solved the puzzle on your own?
Yeah. It's worse.
Or we need you to come to us, though. We don't know where you are. Oh, I see it. Tally. Where did Tally go? Tally? Not Tally. Where's Snazzy? Where did Snazzy go?
I see you.
But it's looking to the R? Oh, you turn it into the horse. Oh, okay, I see. You have to find the right angle and then shine it.
what happened? Oh, hello.
Hi.
In the room with the metal.
There's where the clock goes, but I can't seem to wind
Did you
it.
see the silhouette that's in R when it's wrong?
No, there's a screwdriver here. Come here.
Oh, there is?
It's a horse.
I'm putting Snaz on screwdriver duty.
Nope. Oh, wait.
Wait, Snazzy, do you have the
Have what?
clock hand?
Nope.
I put the clock ends in there already. There's winding things at the back. To be able to use it. I don't know. I tried dragging it.
How the fuck did you get that?
Screwdriver, maybe?
Uh-uh. I tried a screwdriver.
How did you get behind the door?
Just walk through it.
Oh. Really? I can't walk through. Oh, I can. Oh.
You silly goose. So I can interact with it, but I can't do much of it. Oh, are we missing a piece, maybe? Oh, you're doing it. Someone's doing it. Oh, keep going, keep going.
Figured it out.
Keep going.
The time's 9:10, isn't it?
No, the other way.
Nope. Go. There we go.
It's 6 something. It was 6 something. I think 6:10.
You sure? Because I said it's 10 past
That was
9.
9:10.
That was last game.
But does the time just RNG?
Yeah, times RNG.
Okay.
I
fair
can't
enough.
twist it any further.
It was
There it goes.
6:10, I think.
6:10. We'll try.
You gotta let me know
we'll do
when.
that.
I can't see.
Stop.
6. And now with the big hand, we're gonna get onto the 2.
Keep going. That went. You're already over.
Go all the way around. We'll go to the 2.
Well, there you go.
You can go backwards.
No, go forward. Go back.
It wasn't 6:10.
There it
There
is.
we go. Nothing happened.
Oh, right. Maybe it wasn't 6:10 then.
I need to go find that note then.
Yeah.
Well,
I
you
don't know
just
the
rotate
notes.
it to the back. You can like right click and rotate, and then grab hold of the things on the back and turn it.
Oh. Ooh. Nice. Alright, but we have to go find the note then to be sure.
Oh,
It might have been Mel.
That's a note about the horse.
The dog can appear in that vent, by the way.
So you saw that?
That's what happened last time I tried to solve the puzzle.
Oh.
Well, let's head on out, I guess. Come here, Snazzy! Stick with us!
I'm already here.
Just face down to the right.
Alright. When you come out, don't look to your left.
Which way am I more?
Oh god, you scared the hell out of me with the sound you were just making just now. Okay, it's clear now. It's clear now.
I got so scared I turned my torch off by accident.
Do we smash all the bosses?
I only smashed one.
Oh, that's the boss. Didn't have anything inside it.
I'm guessing that when you break them, they make sound.
Oh, shoot! Sniper run! Sniper run!
It's the time!
You can't open lockers, motherfucker! Yeah.
The lock is there, I guess. Fuck you, Hitsu. Oh, God.
No, Snake! I love you, Snake. I love you, Snake.
Well, I died. I'm gonna head out because it's nearly 3 o'clock here and I need sleep. So,
No.
good night, everyone.
No!
Good night.
Good night, Snaz. Safe. Oh god, another one bites the dust. Dun, dun, dun. Alright, I got the tooth, I got the battery, and I got the nose. Oh, it's a fuse. I got the fuse. Oh, fuck me, dude. It's you and me, Tally.
Yeah. So we smashed everything and there's nothing else to do in this area.
There really was nothing else, was there?
There's like deal and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh, an eye.
Oh, that's what we need. Perfect.
Yeah.
Progress. Alright, lead the way.
Let me get it. I gotta go back.
Remember the way back. Is it this way? Good night, Snaz. Take care, Snake. Wait. Hold up. I see something. Oh, that's his dead body. Never mind.
I saw that too. I thought it was just a graphic glitch.
Okay.
Charge.
Wait, but there should be something though. Some sort of clue. To open this. Right?
We never got a padlock. Did we?
I don't know. It's alright. Keep going. Oh, I'm so fucking terrified.
Excuse me.
Hey,
I'm more
chat.
terrified.
How chat?
No face.
How chat doing?
Where's Snaz?
This way, right?
This way, wasn't it?
Robert De Niro. Rawr. That's so fucking cute. I'm so glad I added sound alerts. You gotta find Robert De Niro. Or where the fuck his body is. That's Frank.
Barb-
Fucking Frank. A mirror has broken. Where the fuck was the mirror?
What? I don't know. I never found it here.
God damn it, Snake. I didn't see a mirror like anywhere in this game. Oh, I know where that is actually. That's the by the TV.
Oh, is it? Oh, it is.
There it is. It's open. I see it now.
It's nice that we have Mel's body here as a marker.
Why are you playing with backdoors? Cause it's I don't fucking know. Fuck this game. Hello, Distanger. But fuck this game.
What is this? Oh shit!
Ah!
Oh, I'm trapped. It's up, trapped. Run! Oh, I'm being.
Yeah, we're backdoor bandits. How are you, Dissinger? And also, hello, Cerise. I didn't get to say proper hello to you yet. How are you, Cerise? You're doing well. Fuck me, dude. Mother! This game's fucking racist! Oh my dicks! Lost all the homies. It's just me against the world. Oh, he's back. That's a good news. I got chased by 3 different fucking things at the same time.
You can flip
Okay.
on that switch. You can flip on that switch.
There's like 50
there's a
switches here.
face.
Oh my god,
I
man.
gotta figure out which one of these to do. Oh! What?
Fuck this game. Still there? You killed someone.
For the record, that was bullshit.
There are multiple levers on the zone, but only 3 can be up at the same time. So you need to find the right 3, I guess.
Yeah, and they're color coded. This one's red.
There's a door here with bars on it. 3 reds? Try 3 reds. I'm not sure if it's 3 reds or not.
Probably not.
Oh.
That's blue.
Ooh, actually, yeah. When I flipped this one turned green. The door turned green. Keep flipping stuff. I'll tell you what turns green.
These 2 are red and they're already flipped up.
All right, turn those 2 off. Turn those 2 off. And then just mess with each switch, and I'll just tell you when you get it right.
Okay. I'll try this switch.
That one worked. All right, come here. Oh, Found this bad boy.
Oh, I got protection stick. We can.
Am I wearing it already? Oh, I am.
Suiting up. Here, Geiger counter and.
I'm out of fucking pills, yo. There we go. Here's where our two dead friends lie.
Hello, Nav. No, it's a
No, we're stuck in the back rooms. I don't.
puzzle. More like.
With ghost chases.
We need to go back to where.
Oh, actually,
that body was.
I'm gonna stream marker this. A little bit before this was a very, very interesting sequence.
Based down there.
Based on where?
I looked that way and there's a base.
Okay. Still there?
Oh, it's gone already.
Alright, best. How are you doing though, Neff? Oh, no, the fuck. Oh my god. We still see it. You look kinda chonky. Oh, what the fuck? Game cheated me. That emote's fantastic. I love Sophia. I love my Sophia. I hear the heartbeats, but I can't find them. Holies. God damn it. I'm getting constantly fucking bullied in my own stream. Where is this thing, bro? Bruh. Not over here. Did the other two run out of lives? No. But they did run out of time IRL. Oh. Yeah, one was in the EU and the other one was like having issues with family, so.
We need to go.
Huh? I'm coming.
And where we need to go. Our boy went down there. I'm just hanging out.
Yeah, I'm trying to make my way there.
I hear you.
Oh, perfect.
Nice.
So we need to head down here
This
and
game.
go right.
Fuck this game. Fuck this game. Fuck this game. This game trash.
Make it
This
all
game
game
trash.
patrol.
Oh!
Oh, come on!
That's fucking racist, dude! I don't trust no random teddy bear on the floor, I'll tell you what. Hello, Sky. Fucking A.
お前の命は今終わった。
back. The next area is fully radioactive, so if anyone wants to enter, a protection suit is required. Otherwise, the radiation could kill the person. There's a locked door that only opens if the radiation of the room is on a low level. To achieve this, a class D signature is required. But it will decrease the radiation for a short time, 3 minutes approximately. Some items in the room are contaminated, so use a Geiger counter to check which objects are the contamination sources. Tally, I'm down here. I'm down here. Did you read the note?
Oh, no, I didn't.
What's that clip? So yeah, basically.
Bring out the Geiger counter.
It's one of the items. Maybe G. Oh. It's not fucking G. I'm so stupid. Alright, I saw a teddy bear earlier.
Items in this room.
I kind of want to. Oh, this one looks very radioactive, huh? Looking mad sus there, teddy bear. Don't worry, I know what to do. That work?
I found a doll head that's not irradiated.
Ooh. Oh, there's stuff in here. Oh, that's just a ladder. Oh, not a ladder. We're in Russia.
Purporses are irradiated.
Which one's irradiated?
Purporses are. Pillows not. Trash is not. What's the point of this again?
We have to find the ones that are and then blast them with the thing, like this one.
Oh. Still irradiated. Less.
But did it go down though?
Yeah,
We'll also make it go down. Go also make it go down. That's it, I think.
So we gotta. Oh, so we just gotta lower the radiation here.
Yeah. Oh look, that's ominous. A fucking wheelchair.
It needs to be blasted though.
What's that? You want some mock jelly?
Pretty well now. I think it's good enough to but they're completing when you do these shoes again.
But they last for 3 minutes. You want some mock jelly though? Come here. Actually, I can pick it up for you. I can give it to you. Here, have some moth jelly. Tally!
What?
Have some moth jelly.
Mock jelly?
Yeah, over here.
Mock jelly?
Okay. I wish I knew who was screaming, Kylie. I would like to ask them to very much stop.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
They said there's a door that will open when the radiation's low enough, so we have to find the door, basically. Oh, I think I found it, actually. Sally, I found it.
Yeah.
I found the door.
I just sprayed a mask in there the radiation.
Radiation's too high. I have to enter low mode, I think.
Yeah, we still got some more stuff to spray.
It goes away after 3 minutes. It might be stuff we already sprayed.
Dog super.
Come on! I love you guys. You know what? I love you guys.
Saw me.
We're on a time crunch, though. Fuck. I need the heartbeats to stop. It's just there. Just standing there, isn't it? Oh, that's my anxiety.
It was not me walking around with.
This dog is stupid. He don't know how to open doors. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it does. Just can't open lockers.
Wait, he can open lockers?
No, you cannot. I think you can open a locker that I know of.
Oh, God bless the fucking locker.
I thought I scared you the hug on the radio.
Just go! Just go!
Maybe we just need a way for it to go back to give it a van like the alien in isolation.
Can you whistle and get him to go away? I'm so scared. I can't see him. He's like out of the locker range. The fucker. He just wants some pets? He wants more than some pets. He's kind of hungry. Dog better be gone. That dog better be gone. He's spawn camping me, basically. Hello? Allie? Allie? Where'd Tally go? Okay, okay. Hello, Tally. Welcome back. Alright, we need to I don't know where you are, but we need to de-radiate stuff. De-radiate? That's not even a thing.
Yeah, you're to the right of me, I hear you.
Alright, I'm gonna follow behind you. Just tell me which one's radioactive and I'm gonna spray it.
Okay. I'm gonna
I
take
vaguely remember some of them, but... Okay, yeah, that's fine.
The bear was... in the beginning. It's good. Nothing in here.
Keep heading this way. This is where we start off. You can run though, we can run.
Well, I think if we run too much, make too much noise, it'll attract monsters.
But we have a 3-minute time limit though.
Put a time limit?
Yeah, before it gets un-radioactive again. I think it slowly goes down.
Down here. That's fine. This is radiated. One more green.
Okay, yeah, it went down a little bit after that. Oh, but it went back up. Oh wait, go, go, go! Oh wait, what the hell?
It's going back up. What the hell? Why are you going back up? Let's go!
Alright, we just have to find the next one though. We have to find the next one. We have to keep going. It has to be fast.
Yeah.
Got the zoomies.
So we're gonna circle down.
Yeah, there should be more stuff somewhere.
There's a lot of stuff. This is. That's where I hid. Crutches are radiated. Just heard a vent open.
Not good.
It's fine. This is not fine.
Okay.
Needs a bit more. Oh, down. Okay. Papers are not fine.
Alright.
Green.
Yeah, we have to go back to the door now. We have to go back to the door now, I think. Wherever the door was. I don't remember though.
There's a rake.
Fuck.
Where's the man, I swear? Oh, you
Is
did?
it, is it too high now?
We missed something?
Don't go that way, don't go that way.
Dog side.
Oh, there's a room in here.
And miss.
Not low enough?
Okay, we need to get something all the way.
I'm hiding in the locker. Fuck! Tally's dead again, dude! What is that I just saw? I can hear the dog. Dude, that dude just randomly fucking yelling all the time. Ah, I hate this game. Ah. Nande. Nande, nande. Nande, nande, nande. What are the odds, right? I can't leave with this guy, man. At Hitsuga, hello. If you need free, real, and high quality service, increase your viewers, check streamdetails.com. Top streamers already use it. Non-binary pride, bro. Hashtag Pride Month. Bots are still stuck in June. Hello, Tally? Okay, that's where you are.
I find the item we missed real quick.
I mean, it all goes back up, so.
It hasn't gone up yet. I'll find it before it does.
Hey, where'd you just go? On the door, the door open.
Made it in time.
How did I get there again? Twitch can't find abandoned bots? Yeah. That'll never change.
Come through the door.
Is this it? This is not it.
Yeah, the door's open. The big yellow door.
I need to find the yellow door first.
I hear you on my right. You want further away? There you are.
Let's go. Can we close the door? I need you to wait for me because I'm stuck breathing.
You're not gonna like this.
What? Entity number 10. There's a creature that wanders aimlessly on some backroom zones, seems to have no conscience until it is hungry, at which point it becomes aggressive. It begins to look for the closest subject to eat its meat. It is distinguished from other creatures because it likes to skin its victim and steal their skin after that. It is recently discovered that he can smell blood over long distance. If you're hurt, you would better heal quickly. He can steal my skin? Like, steal it? Like, steal it?
far. Can't break the chains otherwise.
Do you have a... Fuck, right.
Try to hammer the screwdriver, but
Let's to go back then.
yeah. See what we missed. This area should be safe now. We don't need suits.
I hope it's safe, but I don't think it matters.
Where's the flaps to get out of here?
I heard a vent and I'm out. Hello?
Hello.
I heard a vent get smoky, so I dipped.
Found the exit.
Okay.
Should I wait for you?
Yeah, I'll try to come. I'll try to come. Not this way. That's the yellow door. Bless. Alright, I'm out of breath. Is this way?
Yeah, I was trying to find you.
Okay. Sorry, fella. Man's in the back room? Yeah, I'm stuck in that goddamn back room. Can you screw these up? Sally? Can you screw the vents up?
I don't know.
Just need a screwdriver to close it. Nice.
Nope.
Yeah, I fell down once and I was fucked. Fucked since then. What's up, Luke? You're an optimist,
I
huh?
can just shut the vents. Oh! Shoot.
Fuck me. No! No! That dog! That dog! Dickhead! Just like that, gone. Forever lost in the back rooms. Oh shit! Thanks for the raid! Is Twitch bugging out? I didn't get the raid notification. Thank you though. I appreciate that. Yeah, he does not like he does not like petting. Apex Legends, baby! Hello. I've been gnomed. Oh god. Hello, where are you?
I ran back into the radiated area to escape. I'm trying to find my way back out of it again.
I think Twitch today has been fucking lagging, so I'm sorry. But I'm at the exit. I'm at the exit.
Alright, now I'm the one that needs to find it.
Alright. Your stream's running fine, bruv? No, but like today earlier, Twitch had an issue with chats and like raids and redemptions. Like chat was not working at the start of the stream for some reason. Even though everyone's internet was fine, it was completely tweaking out. So I think that's the reason why you raided, right? The raid notification didn't go through. But thank you for the raid. Oh, is that what happened? I see. I gotcha. But thank you for the stream running fine and all that. I don't do it for clout. I mean, shit. You deserve clout. Anybody that distracts me from playing this game deserves clout. You know what I mean? Alright. Zoom. This game seems so sus. The Among Us suit. My dickheads! Tally just got up. Hello.
Hi.
Where are you?
Where that chest is with the padlock on it.
The fuck was that? I got cheesed. Gotcha, bitch. What the fuck? I got cheesed. That's where he is. You're over there. So that is. Oh, fuck this game, dude. I don't know how I got cheese from that far away. Alright, Tally. 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 Tally.
I is here. I just wanted to get a drink.
Oh! Fucking A, dude! Fucking terrified of this game. I don't think the map itself randomly generates that much. I think they choose like from a few different maps. But because this map and the other map we played was similar, but they had like different items and stuff like that. So maybe the items inside the map is RNG, or it's like different maps. I can't tell too much yet. All right, so maybe where could a crowbar be? You think there's a missing crowbar here somewhere?
Maybe since chest we haven't opened yet.
Right. So there should be a clue somewhere, right? On how to open that? Yeah. What's this over here?
Gotta be.
One of the vases in this room contains something, but they are hard to break. So you need maybe you got the thing in with the thing though, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
We already got it. So oh, I remember something we were doing. We were looking for the clock. The clock thing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, way back there.
That's probably something we missed a while ago. Item change location each session. There you go. That makes sense. Regardless, fuck this game. Oh my dicks, man. Let me out. Yep, clock. Yep, clock. Yep, clock.
Yeah,
Yep,
I
clock.
need to take anxiety pills.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm not anxious. Me, terrified. Couldn't be me. Is he still there?
Oh, still there. Still there.
If you're still there, you're a bitch.
It's gone.
Alright. I guess he's not a fucking bitch. That kind of made me sad. God damn it. Rar. This is why I get people to waste a lot of points. For no fucking reason. Ah, my God. Now I need it. Now I need it. Now I need it. Now I need it.
So you need a note or something. There's a clock information.
I think it was close to the TV, right?
I never saw it, so I have no clue.
I remember seeing it somewhere. Watch your stamina. That's not it. That's the elevator. The elevator. Don't look left, don't look left, don't look left, don't look left.
Was it in the room with all the vods?
I found it. 625. 625. I found it.
$6.25.
Yeah, it's 625. Fuck me. You go.
I'm gonna do the honors.
Yeah. No, I can do it. You can tell me.
625. So our hand is at 7. No, it's at 5. 6. Needs minute hand right there.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's 625. Nothing happened.
Oh, that's 5:30 actually.
It's to 25, not 30. Hey, Hitsuga, I think the dog is over there.
I think you're right. See the note that opened though?
No,
I can't get the angle. I was planning on editing, but fuck, this is captivating.
yeah.
What does it say?
4387 for that chest we couldn't open up. 4387. Those ships. Dog's right there.
And I'm just gonna chill in here. Oh God, yeah, it is spooky. What are you editing? What are you working on?
Just seeing a dog's ass is too much. My character started an anxiety attack.
Yeah, I understand that.
Just head back to that main area there. Was it this way or was it the other way?
Oh! What the fuck? He's after Tally now. Tally got it. It's like Animal Crossing set better and on PC and has combat. Today I made it uploaded my fourth video of my Let's Play series of a game called Dinkum. Fuck you too, dog. Can't open this locker. Once they introduce a monster that could just checks fucking lockers, it's done for. Alright. Where are you?
Oh, there you are. I see you.
We go this way, right?
I don't remember where it was.
I think this is the bodies. Never mind.
I think it's definitely the wrong way. I think we need to go back down here.
Where the dog went?
Yeah, I'm sprinting too much. I need to recover stam. I to get attacked by a wild dog.
Oh my fuck! Oh! This isn't the spot we were supposed to go. This is radioactive territory. Fucking A. Whenever like that, she walks around hitting townspeople and for butterfly net. I mean, I do that. I did that. Alright, I gotta have faith that Tally's gonna come back here soon. Hello. Hello.
Hey.
Hello. I was being camped by the dog. And I got stuck by the fucking smiley face as well. Man. Alright, so I somehow ran to the radioactive spot, which is not a good place to run to. Is that you? Right next to me? Well, the answer is no. It was not fucking you right next to me. Where are you, Tally?
No, the dog makes the same footsteps we do. Oh, that is you. Okay. I was about to fucking run. I thought it was the dog.
Isn't it somewhere else though? This is back to the elevator, I think, right?
I don't know where it is.
Yeah, this is elevator. Let's see if no one's trying to lean left, lean right. I got fucked by these damn corners. Oh, that's Mel's body. I love how, okay, Mel and Snake are both like landmarks now.
Yeah, they are.
I thought it was over here earlier. Is it really not?
Hey, it's over here. So we keep going.
That was the other fucking thing. The game does not want us to progress. I got my radio out now. I just gotta wait for him to tell me something. Come on, Tally. Make it through. Make it through the night. Oh, God. Sounds like a metal rust bucket of a car that's walking with the quickness. Alright, I see you. Oh, fuck. I can't. I'm being. There's a fucking smiley face right where you were.
Hanging out in the damn corner waiting on us.
I'm stuck. Dude! Ugh, smiley face is so busted. Like, I get it, just avoid him. But sometimes it's so hard to just avoid him. It looks like it's down here or somewhere. You tell me. That's the right way. It's just I need to find the right spot, I guess. What? No. What? What the fuck? Hold up. What? Let me in. Or maybe it's like in here. Did Tally just die? He just fucking died. You dickhead! As soon as I come back. How many times have you died, Tally? Are you like dead? Spectate? Okay. That's where you died. Fuck off, man. Got it. Got it. I have to find my way to radiation center. It's this way, if I believe. Wait, is that you, Tally? Are you the fucking shadow? Whoa. And I have to deal with the fucking skinwalker, dude? Bro. I hate this game. Fucking hate this game right now. Fucking hate this game right now. Ugh, I kind of need to pee. I should find a locker. Oh, fuck you. I don't know if I want to fucking do that, to be honest. Wait, how am I supposed to do this? Fuck me dearly. I am screwed. Great game. Oh, fuck you, Tally! He keeps doing that. He scares the fuck out of me every time he does that. See him walking the distance there. Okay, he can keep staying over there in the distance. Something tells me I can't go that way yet. Just a hunch. I have binoculars. What the fuck is that? Oh. Actually, okay. I see. I'm playing a stealth game right now. Kinda. I'm gonna fix these valves one by one. Run back this way. I'm running back this way. I don't know what his detection range is. Don't want to fuck around and find out. I'm literally the last fucking... I saw those fucking red eyes. I don't know if this means if it's safe or not. I don't know where the fuck it went. I can see just fine. I can't see shit. Where the fuck did it go? Motherfucker! Don't tell me you can pull me out. God bless, the demons are stupid. I'm out of fucking water. I can hear him breathing right next to me, man. I'm supposed to do this solo? This started with 4 people. I'm by myself now. Keep hearing my heartbeat's still going. Oh, I know what it is. It's my anxiety. Who's over there? Oh, fuck you, dude! Like, how? How? Damn. So I don't know what its detection is like. We got rid of that valve. That valve is good. Again! God! I know there's one on the other side. I know there's a valve that I can work on the other side. But I can't get to the other side of this guy turning around and chasing my ass down. I need to find a closer locker. He's still there. I hear him breathing. He left. He left, I think. Fucking beady little red eyes, man. There has to be another locker here. There's one right there. I can work with that. I can work with this. I can work with this one. Oh, if I like die? So like, just die once? I don't have to perma die. Just die once. And then Tally can help me with this? Is that what you mean? Oh, like die. I have to die? Fuck. I'm kind of bitching out. Not gonna lie. I'm kind of afraid. I could totally just die. That sounds like a mighty fine idea. Because doing this solo sounds kind of cringe. Okay, there's a locker right there. Got a key card. Bless him. Can I grab his damn key card? There we go. A little spinny thing. I don't know where he is. I don't see his beady eyes. Find a little spinny thing. I found one. Shut up. I'm out of water. I'm terrified. I feel like I should just die. Just take the L. So I can play with 2 people. I have to admit though, my instincts right there were kind of fucking insane. Imagine accepting an actual death though. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to be a zero death professional gamer. Oh, there's more tubes or not. That door looks clear now. On the far end. Thought I saw him for a second. I almost pissed my pants there. I'm not gonna fucking lie to you. I've been holding in my pee for a while. I forgot I was. Oh my god. I thought I... First! Gun first! Fuck you! Pretty clutch, bro. My heart rate's pumping, but I don't hear his voice anymore. That's a good thing for me, because that just means I'm anxious. Not that anxiety's good, it's just a little pop some pills real quick, and I'm good to go. Is that him? Surely, my friend, my pal. It's not guarding the entrance to my success. See him walking. I can barely see anything. I just see his foot. Hopefully the lighting's working right now. No!
Do it!
No!
Just do it!
No!
Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday you said tomorrow. So just do it. Make your dream come true. Nothing is impossible. Just do it.
Stupid! God, I'm about to piss my fucking pants, dude. I'm so scared. I couldn't close the damn gate. Come on. Stop being a baby. Stop being a baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Bitch. Bitch. Beta. Oh, it's that spot. Let's fucking go, dude. Take me fucking away, please. 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 Come on. No escape. I live here now. If I was in that spot, I would try every single fucking number combination I possibly could. I remember the old combination. That's the problem. I don't remember what the combination was. You do? What is it? I'll try it out. I'll try it out. 1974. Okay. Bless you. Okay, dude. 1, 9, 7, 4. 1, 9, 7, 4. Fuck! Let's see. I just have to do. The code is probably in the garage, and I have to go in the garage and find the fucking code, and then go back here. I need to pee. I can't. I need to pee. I just remembered. I said I would do this shit more often. Let me run a fucking ad. I don't even do it. I forgot how to do it. How do you do it? Oh, it's this thingy. Okay. Oh, I'm so fucking scared. I hate this game. Alright, let's see where we spawn. Oh! Oh, that's a fucking craver. What the fuck? Got him. What? What?
Survive this and I'll show you my special attack.
Hi. Welcome back. Question. Could I exit the game and would that count as a death? Like, dead? I just exit the game? That's not a death, though. That's not a death, though. But I can load in with Tally. But it's not a death. I can restart. I don't know if I want to deal with this. Neo brings up a good point, though. I really want to restart, but at the same time, Restarting is taking that L. In this context. I just gotta man up and try to do it or die. If I die, I'll restart. If I die, then pro gamer moves are gone. Conceptually, I get what I'm supposed to do. There's the purdy fella. There you are. Come on. Come on, buddy. God, you're so ugly. God, he's so ugly. Fuck was that? Seeing symbols on my damn face. Four pills. He's locked over there for now. I need to somehow find out a code. How the fuck do I find out a code? I'm really just out here hoping like I see something, but I don't know if I'm gonna see anything. This has something to do with the back rooms in of itself. We just fell in here, right? We didn't. Yeah, we just fell in from the top. There's no like entrance way we came in. There has to be something though. Is this guy literally standing on top of me? In the garage, but he's standing like on top of us. Pills. Where are the damn codes? Where are the damn codes? I'm so on edge. I'm actually sweating in my own. I'm sweating. He's locked over there. I should be safe. I should be safe. Surely. Surely, right? But my survival instincts are telling me, like, even if I should be safe, don't get comfy. Like, try to figure this shit out. Where's the damn code, man? Hello. Hi. Hi, Sherry Snacks. How you doing? What have you been up to? You've been vibing, I believe. I played this game with 3 other people. It was a full lobby, and they all died. And now I'm just chilling here, trying to survive. Or I don't know. I don't even fucking know. I'm just terrified. It's so scary. Like, it's not scary, but at the same time, it's so scary. It's fun. He's on top of me. Dude, what could the code possibly... Is there, like, something on the side of these? Alright. But how are you doing, Sherry? Are you having a good day? Or a good night now at this point? Hope you're having a good night. I'm wondering. No, but we looked outside into the back rooms already. We didn't see anything. Like into the windows of whatever the place was. We looked into those windows. Relaxing tonight. My mom's gonna call me soon. Oh, that's wholesome. That you call your mom. Oh, your mom calls you. I guess. That's wholesome still. To be honest, I don't see shit. I don't see any code in this damn garage. This garage do be blank. Do be blank. I am still fucking terrified. Do I have like anything? I don't see anything. I'm actually kind of lost. I need the guide to come here then. I need to check the other spot now. Whistling helps. There it is. Fuck! He hit me! And it made me fucking anxious! Dude, I hate this game! I hate this game. Oh, maybe there's like something on the ceiling? That'd be kind of interesting and a unique place to hide it, right? I just want to live. Did I break the game? That's always a possibility. Knowing me, I've broken many of games. I have no idea. No, fuck, I'm lagging. So the elevator's for sure here. Never mind. I'm stupid. Never mind. What's the code? What's the damn code? What's the damn code? 5731. Oh my fuck. It's 5731. So what happened was, goddamn baby. Then collect the corpse, turning them into a bloody feast of human flesh and bones, and to convert them into cakes. If you see a party balloon floating, the best option is to run away immediately. So, yeah, of course Nino is there. You could die not to take an L, but to bring your buddy back? I could. I'm going to, I think. Oh, I'm just gonna reset. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Neo, since you played this game already, you wanna come join us? Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Nope. Fuck it. Wait, no, you're actually doing something. You're doing something soon, aren't you? Once was enough. Yeah, once was enough. Hey, what's up? It was there the whole time. I was like, how am I not seeing this? Yeah, you are playing it again soon. Friday, right? Whose stream is it everyone streaming? Everyone's stream? Speaking which, Tally, could you hook up our boy Neo Absolution? But I want to watch you figure it out. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I did. Slowly. I think Sift, Plushie, and Leonard. You're not streaming that? So funny story. Oh God. No, you were right there. You were there the entire time. Neo, you want to come and help us speed run through the first part again? We already played the first part. We know what to do. Damn it! I don't want to do this alone. Fuck the smiler. Yeah. I mean, okay. Video edits fucking done. You did it. I'm proud of you. Okay, I'm just curious. If I start this, where does it launch me? We can try to speedrun. I just want to see what happens if I start this. Because I want to see if it lets me choose like that one area I came in. This looks like he is having an existential crisis. Oh, so I do actually go here. Cool. So technically, I got to the first level, baby! Let's go! Oh. But I shall host. Hitsu Poundo Town. Oh. We can do this again tomorrow as well. We can actually do this again tomorrow as well. Because the people we were playing with died. Oh, Sophia's awake. Let me see. Why'd you send me that? New experience. I mean, it could be cool. I could try to not take every single locker in the damn game. But this game is fun.
Oh, I can talk now.
Yeah, you can. But I think it's just us two, right? For now.
Yeah, I don't think Mia's gonna join.
Yeah. So we can try to speed run through it so that you at least get the level as well. Fucking PNG face. Waifus? Yeah, I'm cute as fuck. 3 different. I've only gotten the street PNG one, so I can't say I know what the other two are. All right. Hey, brother.
Oh, what is that?
I don't know. I just saw a door.
I was putting out of here.
All right, let's go.
Not here. It's another arrow.
My stamina is trash.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can. How many? How many levels are there, Neo? I'm kind of curious. Just because it's like, is it like 3 or is it like 5? Did we get halfway or do we just barely begin and we were just stuck being dum-dums? That's what I'm curious about. Dude should have been doing some cardio before hitting the Matrix. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What about the monsters changed?
Humanoid that seems to be made of cable for some reason is believed that it has the control of the place. When it's close, the environment of rooms changes and it's that has control of the place. When it is close, the environment of the room changes and it seems to be attracted by electronic devices and radio frequencies. So if we're on the radio, it comes first. So when you're in the same, be very careful. You don't want to track your own def. Don't use the radio when it's nearby. Got it. Don't use any electronics. What does he actually do? It traps you in the void. Yeah. No, that thing just fucks with me sometimes. Okay.
Seven zero six.
3706?
0706.
87?
3706.
I see what I just did. I'm dyslexic.
There you go. Good times the charm.
Oh, I didn't grab a flashlight.
We get the flashlights in this level.
It's alright. I'm here.
Oh, so you look the dog in the face and the eyes.
It's supposed to. But I don't think he's done it yet. Yes, hi, hello. So can you play, Mel, or nah? You said you had to turn off lights. But, like, I don't see how that affects your ability to play.
Yeah, we just restarted because...
Yeah, we just restarted.
I was impatient. I died.
You just speak. What do you mean? How? Just speak.
You can use Discord instead, no.
Yeah, if it's too rough, you can use Discord.
There's the face.
You're supposed to pretend to sleep? Just don't be asleep.
Don't scream either.
10:35 is the hour. Are you sure? I mean, it'd be nice to have it. It'd be funny to hear you scream at night.
Well, it would be fun, but I also don't want to get her in trouble.
It would. That's all that is. It's over here, actually. Stuff over here, yeah. A foot. Cool.
I found an eyeball.
You found a what?
An eyeball.
I found a foot just now, so.
It was at the TV stand.
Okay. Fingers, cool. Pills, if you need more pills. A hand. And teeth. Epic. I can just pick up the damn teeth. You get it? Ah, fuck.
It doesn't actually come out of that vent. I think it's just. Oh!
Oh, fuck. That scared me.
Sneaky face.
Oh, I fucking hate that face. Like, think about it, man. It could just come on by, play with us. If not, we play tomorrow. We do it again tomorrow.
Oh.
Are you on radio? No, right?
Our boys here. Face seems to be gone.
Imagine.
The dog just came out. The whole crew is here. Alright.
Start.
Oh!
No fucking. I got a big announcement I have to make, so I've been extremely prepping. Oh, I see. Is that why you were gone today? To go shopping?
Hi.
Hello.
So straight to right. And left. Alright.
Cool beans. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. That's not, that can still kill you.
From here?
Yeah, that happened to me once. So that's why you were shopping. Interesting.
Face already is BS.
Interesting. Big announcement coming in. I see. Bodies are here still. Cool.
Extreme prep.
That's just almond water.
We don't know where to put the parts yet.
Is there blood on the bodies though?
Be 2, 5, 8, 9. 2, 5, 8, 9.
Okay. Got a hammer.
Then next to us is. Oh, it's outside this room.
Okay.
Alright.
Fuck.
It just popped out right above us.
I'll stare you down.
Get out of here. Shoo! Shoo!
Oh, it didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work. Run!
drop some pills.
Where are you?
I'm towards the beginning of the area.
Oh my god, I thought you were someone else. You had your lights off and I was scared. I was like, who the fuck? Okay, so I have a hammer.
Yeah, we can get the red key now.
Yeah, I'm glad things are starting to look up though. Just take care of yourself. I'm not sure what you have planned. I'm not sure what you're doing. Oh, dog, 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 dog. But it's a shame because that means I won't know who to play with tomorrow. I want a full lobby. It makes this game so much easier. I can feel it. I can feel it. When I had to solo that one bit earlier, oh my god, I hated it. Hello? Scotty goes to work at 6 p.m. Or he wakes up to go to work at like 6 and then he leaves at 7. I don't want to tell you what. Tyler, are you at the TV? Are you at the TV? Yes, at the TV. Let's go to the restroom.
Yeah, sorry, I was hiding like from the bathroom.
Oh, hi. Hello. I think he's still working at Amazon. I don't think he's at the casino yet. It would be really fun to play with him. I can already tell. Playing with Scotty would be fucking hilarious.
So we need to find the tape. Do you remember where the tape was?
The tape?
Yeah, so we know where to put the body parts.
Oh, that tape. I was thinking of like sticky tape.
No.
No, the items are RNG. The items are RNG, so.
Yeah. Checking here. Ooh, we could do the horse. You wanna do the horse?
If it's a horse.
I think it's always a horse.
Sure. Yeah.
The page says, do you see the silhouette, but it's looking to the R when it's wrong. It's not actually here.
It's not?
I don't know. No, I don't know what that signifies actually.
I don't know what it does, I just don't like it.
We almost got it.
Yeah, but then I got too anxious. I need to move my shadow.
There you go. There it is.
There we go. Horse's Pog. What time is it again?
6:35.
No, that was the last game. It's
I think
different
it's
this time.
6:35 again.
Okay.
I remember 35 at least. Pretty sure it's 6:35.
We'll try it.
And one more. There. Go back one.
good? I don't think it was 635.
Didn't do anything.
Here's the number that came to my head.
What time are you trying to try?
310.
Maybe it's 10:35. We'll try 10:35.
Sure.
Whoa, you had 40. We'll go back to one more.
Wait, this is the hour hand though.
No, you're at the minute hand. Big knob's the hour hand.
Okay. So one more.
Yeah, there, and you're already at 35. Wait, the little hand's the minute hand, right?
Yeah.
Big hand's on the left, so you go back one.
Oh no, it's not length. It's like size, girth.
I can't see how big the other one is because of glare on the clock. It definitely looks smaller inside the 11.
I think this one right here is the hour hand.
Alright, so you need to go forward 3. One more. Now you're at 10. You bring the other one back. 4. Whoop, you're too far. Go back 1.
There you go.
It's 10:35. 1788. That's easy to remember. Oh, okay. Don't go out of there. I somehow made it almost.
Dickhead.
Alright.
Can you hear me right now? What do? What do? I'm stuck. He's also stuck with me.
I see what you mean now by being stuck. How are you stuck? I don't hear anything in that room.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, we live in the lockers now. You went out. I don't hear a scream.
Indeed.
It is attracted to electronics, so be careful with the flashlight.
Yeah, that's why I don't use the radio when I see red. Alright, 1788. We need to
1788 for the
yeah. For the pliers. Down here.
$17.88.
1788. Alright.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, I just have to unlock it.
Yeah, it's a little finicky. Nope. Oh, no.
Grab the pliers.
We got pliers, no.
I have a hammer as well, so.
Oh yeah, we can break up the vase. The vase! I literally smashed the first one I saw and got the key.
It's built like that. Well, that doggo is ready. He's coming. I'm in the locker right now. I'm not moving. I love living in lockers. Honestly, favorite pastime. It's my favorite pastime. There we go. It's standing right outside of my own fucking locker. Dude, please back away. I'm not sure what I did wrong. Thank you. He's just hungry? Yeah, he's hungry for some meat. Give him a doggo treat, Tally said on Steam. Sorry. He's still there. I don't mean anxiety's acting up, but he's still there. So that's a dog walking right now.
He keeps circling my log, making anxiety skyrocket. I haven't heard him go into the vent yet, so he's still around.
Well, it's not that base.
I hear him right next to me.
I hear his footsteps. Oh, he left. He dipped.
Yeah, he left. Sweet.
Oh, I did. That is the key, actually. It was that one. I'm kidding.
Oh.
Alright, I got it.
We need to get out of here.
Road room is ours.
The exit again?
This way.
Look for Mr. Face. Sure be lurking somewhere.
Oh, don't go that way. Don't go that way. Don't go that way. Is there anything over here? Yeah, locker. Anything useful though?
I didn't ever see it, so it didn't affect me.
If you need pills or medicine, who's over there? Or almond milk, I guess, instead of medicine.
Fireboy's up there.
Yeah, I saw. That's radioactive. Radioactive.
Started thinking of something too.
Surely he's not around here. Where's the red room, which I think is this way, right?
Yeah, we need to find more body parts because I have eye, hands, and teeth.
I'm picking up my flashlight.
Also need to find the videotape to see which actual body parts we need.
Okay. Actually, I never checked this drawer, I don't think. Hold on. Never mind. Oh, we can go check the red room, I guess. Oh, no, we can't. He's standing there. I'm not checking shit. Not checking shit today. No. Fucking hate this game.
Just went right back to where it was, so he's still there.
Okay, so I guess we explore somewhere else for a bit.
Yeah. Oh. Is it coming up? I see the red moving. I had the view that makes sense of going that way.
I'm gonna check this spot. I'm not sure if we fully looked at all the cabinets in this area. I thought we did, but I'm not like 100% sure, you know?
Yeah.
Pills. Oh. Yeah, we've been here. Why can't they just leave the tape right next to the TV?
Oh!
Okay, it's chasing Tally now. I think I should be good if I go out right now. I'm gonna keep looking for the tape.
I'm not sure where you went.
I'm over here.
Hey.
Hey, where'd you just go? Are we going towards the red room?
Yeah, I'm going down the long hallway.
Wait, is he not there?
He's not here anymore.
He's not camping out here anymore, at least.
Good. Fuck him. Sorry. Alright. Is it the same word? I wonder. I see the L. Yeah, same word. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get to it. H-I-J-K. That sound scared the fuck out of me. Moth jelly and feces. Yeah, I saw. So, no tape there. Cool. Cool. We have fuses. I don't know what for, but we got fuses. In there. We checked this drawer completely, right? Alright, I'm gonna open all three just so we know. Ah. Dickhead dog goes walking towards you. Think I can go back out now? Maybe? Oh, that's Dickhead Doggo coming back for me.
Alright. I had to go back to work. We would've got the mouse jelly.
He's walking back to you now. It was walking back to you, it sounded like. Can you hear me? Oh, he's dead. He's dead. Oh, I fucking hate this game. I hate it in the nicest way I can possibly say that. That's definitely the doggo, yeah. I could have sworn it went left. How the fuck did it come back to my right and go left again? How to just break physics? Now it's coming back.
Physics, I guess.
Is it dipping? It might be dipping. Not yet. It's almost there. Anxiety's flaring up.
Maybe you can have a heart attack from the anxiety.
Don't know where he just walked. You might be able to come towards me though. I think he's behind me. There it is. All right, we're good. All right, let's go. This way, right? Want to go back to the beginning over here? Real quick, this side. Just covering ground, just making sure.
It was back to the beginning, isn't it?
It's back to Ellie. Elevator. Flashlights. Alright, nope. Nothing there. Oh my god, I... We've gone this way. Like to the right? We've gone right here? I think so, right? We probably have.
I don't think we have.
This is where the bodies are.
Well, because we have. Need that tape. Put body parts in random spaces, hope we get it right.
That sounds so ominous. That sound scared me. It was just a yawn, but it scared me. Guess it must have been over here then.
I'm usually like snoring by midnight, so
I feel that. I feel that.
best with the whole worrying about my mom. Extra and mentally exhausted.
We've been over here. Huh?
Wild ones over there.
No tapes, right? No tapes. Leave that open.
Yeah.
Can I place like candy on the ground? Have we gone all the way back here? What was that? Was that a cop?
No, it's
Oh! Can you hear me though?
That was me clearing my. Yeah, that was me clearing my throat and having phlegm issues.
But the timing of that perfect. As you said that, I saw it and I was like, ah. But I realized in the vase room, we didn't actually check a lot of the cabinets because we got the key right away. So maybe it's in there.
Yeah. She found an eye in there.
Is the dog gone? I'm gonna check.
I haven't heard him go in the door.
He's not gone.
Oh, he's right in front of me. Get back in the locker.
He is not gone.
I'm also hearing Resident Evil 2 noises because I'm currently moderating several streams. I had to pay too much first because Neo Kylie is there, which is a bless.
Yeah, no, I honestly appreciate the fuck out of you guys, just helping out, because it does help a lot. Because I'm a terrible terrible streamer, Desu. Like I get so lost.
We're all terrible. We all just bring it.
Was that the dog?
That didn't sound like a vent.
It didn't, but
That sounded like a vent opening actually.
I don't see him.
There he is.
I see him now. We're back in the locker. God damn it.
Get out of here.
Go away. Come again another day.
Oh, my anxiety is like through the roof.
Dog just needs to leave.
My exit to try and take pills. He's not right in front of me. He's doing an event.
Oh, he just went in the vent actually. I'm gonna lurk for a bit before bed. Have a good rest of the stream. Alright, you enjoy your lurk.
Open that way.
I'm just gonna get Tyler to chapter 2, I think, and then call it.
Oh yeah, service.
Love me my broken vents. Nothing in this one. Nothing in this one. I checked those over there as well.
So no videotape.
None of these have one?
Face!
Oh my fuck, dude. That fucked up my anxiety right there.
Yeah.
Oh.
See my around again. I think it says left to right. Just need to get out of this area into a different area. Oh no, that's you. Right, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I saw you crouching on the dog over there.
Broken spine. Oh my god. Don't peek. Don't peek.
Just gonna hang out. Reverse smiley face disappear.
Okay, we're good. Surely it's not over here, right?
There's like a space up to the left. There's still nothing. It's just that guy with his note.
Oh my fuck.
Who's on the other side of the wall?
We're fucked then.
Might
He's
be
gonna
coming
come. He's
down
gonna come for us, and we have nowhere to hide.
Maybe crap on the beat. So footsteps are quieter with the crouch.
Yeah. I don't know if we can hear our mics though. I'm assuming so. Just proximity.
I heard an ambient noise. I immediately thought like a witch from like
Left 4 Dead.
I mean like split like witch from For Dead, but also like a banshee from Phasmo.
Wanna check this area? Quick. Ooh, this is where that thing is. Have we ever, did we look into the drawer for the clock? I feel like we must have.
Did we? Oh my god, we didn't.
Is it there?
Acquired.
And the screwdriver.
Oh my
Alright.
gosh.
That's where it was. Got it. Alright.
Yeah.
Progress.
Okay.
Oh fuck, I'm stuck.
Hmm?
There you go. I was stuck in the door for a bit.
So I'm looking the direction where we need to go, so we're looking around, so I want to see no smiley faces.
True. Oh, red. Turned off my flashlight. Oh, he's over there. He's back on me. Like, he's on my left.
I juked the shit out of him, man.
I think he's still on our left. I get the tape. That's right.
Stays in.
A rescue team were dispatched moments after receiving a radio signal. Unfortunately, when the team arrived at the destination point, they got dead bodies. In total, 9 bodies were found. The team collected all the bodies and piled them up on an empty room. Some of the corpses were found with some anomalies on it.
Okay.
The anomalies are the next.
Find Carmen.
Carmen outlet.
The previous subject was
Fingers.
found without some fingers.
I got fingers.
Nice. Solidly missing.
Ryan Reynolds.
The previous subject was found without the nose.
Nose.
I have a nose.
The previous subject was found
I have the foot.
without the left foot.
I didn't see the name though.
Didn't see the name either. Alright, you take the fingers for Carmen.
The previous subject
I just
was
dropped them on the
found
ground.
without some fingers.
Makes it easier to remember. Ryan Reynolds has the nose. Carmen.
The previous subject was found without the nose.
Marco Polo.
Marco Polo.
The previous subject
With
was
the-
found without the left foot.
I got Ryan Reynolds and Marco Polo.
So those are all the parts I have for this.
Oh, fuck. The dog's over there. Oh! 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 Anxiety's not too bad, but I'm pop one. I had Ryan Reynolds and Marco Polo. Marco.
Carmen Salas.
Nice.
Alright. Easy peasy. I just need to do that.
Yeah, we go for the mirror to get the
And then do
the gear.
part. Smells.
This way, right? Oh, dog. Dog's just chilling there. Waits away from the leaf.
Wire boy to the right. I saw him, he didn't see me.
Alright, do you think we're good?
He was on the roof.
Nope. It's really just chilling there.
That behind of that dog really messes with your anxiety.
I can see your spine. Basically.
Still there. It's just all his leg and I'm a heart speeding.
I'm gonna get his attention. He hit me.
Oh!
I hope Tally makes it out.
Ran a wire boy when he distracted the dog.
Can't talk.
Oh, you're
That's
in
actually
now. Sorry, I don't think the dog's following me.
You think we're good? Or you think the dog's following? Fuck you, dog. Alright, it's all you, Tally. It's all you. And the dog just wants pets. That's all he wants. I know. He wants pets and to murder me. Pets and murder. That's what the dog wants. That's what the Full Metal Alchemist dog wants. Just a little petting and murder. No big deal. Could be worse.
I guess I face next to me. And where the switches are.
Alright, I don't know if the dog left it. Did you just make a beep?
Yeah, I just did the switch puzzle.
Okay, I thought you were something else.
Face is back. Face is back.
Oh! Ho, ho.
Face is back.
I see what you mean now by the face is back. I thought you said my face was back. I was like, yeah, I'm back.
Is it gone yet? Nope, still not gone. I'll take some pills.
Dog is coming.
Just hang out for a second until the face is gone. Still there.
Still there.
Oh.
Alright, face is gone. Face is gone. Face is gone. No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. I think now he's gone.
See.
No, he's not. I'm lying.
It's not. Oh my god.
The very tip of his smile, so. I'm just waiting for that to fade.
No, it's still there.
Let it fade completely.
Fine.
There we go.
It's finally gone. Making a run for it.
Bless.
Alright. Let's put on the suit.
Okay. We're gaming.
Sidewall.
We are gaming.
Alright, what's the jelly for though?
Reset your stamina, I think. I haven't used it yet.
Oh, produce energy per second. Oh, there's the face.
Oh, it's there.
Still there. It's gone.
Alright, coming. My anxiety's acting up a little bit. I see.
Yeah.
Face.
It's on the left. It's on the left. Seems to be the most prevalent dark.
Kind of annoying. But like, in the right circumstances, absolutely terrifying.
Is that right?
He's there.
I know.
Come on, smile, disappear. I barely see your smile, just disappear. Okay. Red lights. Hog. He's over there, but he's far in. Okay. Nice. Fucking nice. Earlier I ran over here and I got jump scared by the face and I literally walked right into it, so I'm gonna be a little bit more careful this time. And make sure there's nothing there. Okay. Alright. Whip it out. Or the Geiger counter. That sounds wrong.
Shoes are radiated. Shoes in the brain.
Okay. Wheelchair is so fucking foreboding.
Wheelchair is radiated. Shoes in the green. Check this. It's clear.
There's the door.
This is irradiated. Green. That's clear.
Check back here real quick.
The bears are radiated.
Not today, plushie. Not today.
Bears are green. Trash is fine. Knock. Yeah, crutches. Green. That's fine.
Okay.
This is irradiated.
Not for long.
Green. Breaking pillow fine.
The doll head.
Nothing on that. The horse. Green.
I could be a pro radioactive remover guy.
What's that? Oh, more jelly.
I'll take this one then.
I think it's everything in it.
Might be.
Oh, sweet.
Did we hear a door click actually?
No, I don't think it did.
Remember what happened?
Oh,
we're not
missing
there yet.
something.
We're missing a room.
So we're missing. Sure it's fine.
You been over here?
Oh, paper's here.
Oh. Teamwork.
Hose them down.
I think we might have missed this spot over here. There's a bit more. Like right here, right over here.
Look at sign. Shoes are fine. They've already blasted those shoes.
Yes.
Oh, there's the face right there. Ooh.
Right over there?
It's right around that corner, yeah. What are we missing?
I shan't look.
Looks clear. Oh,
We're missing one
this
item.
is not.
Okay, yeah, there was a sound. Let's go! Hills. pliers. Use. Alright, you ready?
Yeah.
I don't know when the second. I don't know when the second level actually starts though. I think it's after we take the elevator.
Yeah. I'm gonna go AFK here in the bottom of the stairwell. Go use the restroom.
Okay. It's not a bad idea.
Hang out here.
Meanwhile, I get to chill with chat. Hi. Hi. How is chat doing? I know a lot of you guys are lurking now. It's late. You guys are getting some proper rest, and you know what? I'm proud of you for getting some proper rest. You guys are working hard, taking care of yourselves, having a lovely day, having a lovely night. Me, I fucking hate my life. Why am I playing horror games? Chat has an owie thumb? Why does chat have an owie thumb? What did you do? What did you do? Ugh. Sunny had some clips today, so she shared some of them. But I'm gonna go through them later and see which ones are funny. Haha, funny. Like, hee, look at how dumb Hitsu is. Funny. So. Hello. Did you sleep? You probably didn't sleep well. But did you feel like you got some rest? And how did you hurt your thumb? What did you do? Did you sleep on it? Wait. Tally's model is a girl, right? But when Tally wears the suit, Tally's bald like the dude characters. That's not good. I'm sorry. Let it relax, okay? Don't try not to strain it. Try not to use your thumb as much. God.
Sophia, I'm
Yeah.
asking not to hurt yourself. Moderator rules.
Ready?
Also, hi.
Can that door be opened actually? Can that door be opened at all? Can the red door be opened at all?
Says it's locked.
Okay. Let's go. He's dead! He's eating. Grab wheels.
Yeah.
Got a wheel right there. That dude better not start coming for me. I'm telling you, if he starts coming for me while I'm out of breath, I'm gonna smack someone. Probably the demon. Ah! Said the guy. I need to use my. Oh, he's looking at us. He's done eating. He gonna get hungry soon. Did you? How many did you do so far? I did 2. I did 2 so far.
I did one on this on that side. Same one I saw. I do have a wheel on me.
There's one on the far end over there where he started. I see that he's currently walking on the right. He's very far away. He's on the other side right now. I'm literally like directly across from him. All right, now he's looking, and I was pushing where we were. Okay, I'm gonna run. There's one right here, right in that corner.
I got a wheel. I can put it in there.
I'm gonna try to grab this ID card real quick. There's another wheel here that I just saw. I don't know where he is right now. Alright, I used it on the wheel. That's 5. Oh, I see him. You can see his red eyes in the far distance there.
I cannot actually, but my character has seen him because my anxiety has gone up.
Alright, I'm hoping 5 is enough for the door. Okay, I think we got it. I picked up the card as well. Okay, yeah, come to me. It's gonna be a running fest.
Should we crouch?
I don't know if it works. I see him on the other side right now. Over I'm looking. Yeah, having more players definitely made this more feasible. Yeah, the gas is gone. Alright. I'm just insta running because fuck that. Haha, you dickhead! My anxiety's up, but I don't care. Because he's a poopy head. Poopy McDingus. Ah, okay. Now Tally is able to do chapter 2. Oh, God. Waiting time.
You want to continue in the chapter 2 or call it here?
I think I'll probably call it here. Maybe we can get like Scotty or someone to play tomorrow. Like I'm not sure who we'd be able to.
Yeah.
But at least we have chapter 2, so if no one can play, I guess I can ask again if you want to continue. The code's over here. Yeah, because this was fun.
You know, to play
7610. Alright, can you go ahead and get it?
Yeah, I can hit it, but you have to move your flashlight because I cannot see.
Alright.
Hooray!
And this is spot. So yeah, I'm just gonna run and die now.
There's a reality shit here.
Oh, I found the door.
Nice. Oh, is that the other side of the door where we were just at?
I think so, yeah.
Yep, it is.
Oh,
I opened it.
That's so foreboding.
I remember this area. I don't remember what the puzzle is, but I remember this area.
I did not mean to do that.
Press this. Sorry, press it.
Sure.
Press it.
What'd it do?
Alright.
Use electricity for use? So we would have to turn on the dinky.
There's a button. There's the button that says press this on this side, so you gotta press both at the same time.
Yeah, with electricity. How am I gonna do that for myself? Yeah, hit me some math. Why not? Is it a lot of math?
Math.
I'm not sure if I'm ready for a lot of math. I'm scared shitless. And I'm not sure if I can do math while I'm scared shitless.
I can't really see because of the
I just want to see the monster, basically.
And I can see. There's as many as my work desk.
Oh, that's why we have the fuses. 64? here?
Notice
Oh,
reminds
a
me
door.
of
There's a door over here. And red lights.
Reminds me of another cheetah horror game where there's these
Oh god.
creepy mannequins, like super creepy mannequins, and one actively hunts you, no one's just around.
Yeah, this looks fucking awful. Oh, everything's upside down.
Oh, it is. 20.
Wait, does that mean that's 90? Are these numbers upside down?
Look this way.
20, 90.
20, 10,
60. 20, 90, 10, 60.
80.
Start releasing the cylinder number. Start turning the number cylinder to the left or right. Then turn it to the other direction. Turn it to the other direction again. And so on. Following this pattern, introduce the code.
20, 10, 80.
Alright, okay. Turn on your radio. Hello, do you hear me?
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange.
Thank you
Anyways,
so much for that
welcome,
follow,
stranger.
Drizzy. Thank you so much for that follow, Drizzy. Scared the shit out of me a little bit. Alright, could you start from the start? And then I'm gonna see if this works.
So I think pretty sure the first number is 20. And you punch you to the right, takes me to 10. Punch to the right. And I see 80, pushes me to the right. And then the last one, 90.
Okay. That was very useful, but I completely fucked up.
Okay. Running it again. Alright. So starting up again, 20. 10. 80. 90. And then 60 is the last. Okay, unlock. Did you get it?
No, I don't think I did. What was it? 10?
Oh, it's 20 first.
Okay. Yeah, 20.
It's gotta be 20, I think.
Okay.
So it'll be 20, 10,
Okay. 80.
90,
Okay.
and 60.
It didn't work. Well, let me see if I do it the other way.
Let's let the monster
20.
mosey on past first.
10. 2010. 2010, what was the next?
20, 10, 80,
80.
and then 60. Look at the beginning.
It didn't work. Start turning the number cylinder to the left or right, then turn it to the other direction, then turn it to the other direction again, and so on. Keep doing this until the thing opens with the code that we see on the wall.
From the 20 he goes right. Because we come in right here, and the first number you see is 20. It says go right. And you go right, and you hit 10. Which says go right. And you hit 80, which also says right. Then left, and right. 90. You go further. And then you turn here, which gives you 60.
Yeah, it should work. 10. 20.
Are you sure you're doing the chest or doing this right? Because, I mean, it does look right side up, but it is on the upside down desk.
Yeah, I think I'm doing it right. Because when you spin it, it just looks like it's spinning. You can take a look at it. See what I mean? Like, it looks like it's upside, right?
My God, how do you even get 20?
If it was
The hell?
80. 80, 90.
So 20.
God, those footsteps scare me. Okay, ready? 20. 10. 80. 90. 60. Didn't work, right?
No, it didn't work.
So I'm guessing maybe our starting point is wrong. The arrow shows the code, but it's a flipped room. Yes. I was able to deduce that. Thank you. Who's slapping their feet? Me. I'm sorry. I've been working out a little bit lately. Been feeling more rock solid, you know. Just vibing. Turning my head upside down, dude. The only thing I can think of is if our starting point was different. But where? Oh. What? Charlie. Come here, Charlie. Come here, come here. I need to help. I'm this way. Keep running to me. My flashlight.
The main issue is, are we...
Thank you so much for the raid, Hound.
Right or left?
Come here, come here, come here, come here. Thank you so much for the raid, Hound. Twitch has been bugging out today, so raids are scuffed, it seems like. But thank you so much. What were you doing? Can you / shout out Hound, Neo?
Flipped direction.
See? Like, I don't know what that implies.
We're gonna do it backwards.
Maybe. You're just doing Overwatch 2. How'd that go? I think Sojourn's busted in Overwatch 2. By flip directions, though. That's what I don't process. I'm guessing this is where we are. No, it's not actually. This is where we are. Oh, I get it. 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 Okay, I think so. Yeah, I get the fucking room. So we start from this spot, and we go that way. Why do we go that way? Yeah, keep going that way. Take a left, then take a right.
So go this way and then take a right. Or just 20.
No, Go, keep going straight, and then take a left.
Go straight and aim my left. How far left? Go all the way down.
Fuck.
Go past 10.
I.
If I hang a left and go down here, I see 10. And then from there, go out of that tunnel to 20.
This drawing doesn't make sense though.
And then from what?
Wait, come here. I don't get it anymore. I lost it.
So
we start with this number, 90. I think we start with 90. Start with 90. The next number should be...
It says start with 60, which is over here. And you go over here to 90.
Does it say start with 60?
Yes.
Isn't this
Look at
90?
the note. The cubby room in the corner is where or the cubby hole in the top right is where we are.
Yeah, yeah.
And the only circle without a connection is 60, which is down there at the opposite end.
Okay,
Because that wall where it's pointing at, the red circle is pointing at, that's 10. So behind that wall is 60. Start from there, go across, and then you hit 90.
So we go from 60 to 90. So 60, 90, whatever that number is.
Way over here to 90.
Yeah, so 60, 90.
And then
60,
you go
90.
down left and then right.
80. 60, 90, 80, 10, 20?
80. 60,
60,
90,
60, 90,
80, 10.
80, 10. Okay, I got it. I opened it. Tally?
Yeah, oh gosh. We're on a radio, this is super dark in school.
I got it though. I just opened it. My brain, my brain hurt too. How do you feel about Overwatch 2 though, Hound? What are your genuine thoughts on it? It gave us this and a motion tracker.
Oh, we're playing Alien Isolation now, huh?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Oh. There's a lot.
Yep, I think this is a good spot to call it. We figured out a puzzle.
I'm just kidding, there's 3 dots off that away. Nope. 4, 5 dots. Wait.
Nice.
6.
I'm gonna go die before we stop. I want to see this monster.
There's 6. 8 dots. No, like this 4. There's a lot. There's a lot.
I actually really like what they did with Sojourn. Shields are stupid, right? But the way Sojourn works is she does a shit ton of damage to people that are shieldy and stupid. Item.
What is that?
I can't tell.
Oh, it's a pink door. Oh, we can interact with it. I can't see.
It's the struggle.
There we go. Wait. A little bit to the right. Further. There we go.
What does it look like?
There's a pink door with 2 small windows to kind of make it look like it has eyes.
Okay. You see it? We'll see it.
Yeah.
But no, Overwatch 2, I think, from the small bit I've played, is a lot more enjoyable. But I think it's also shocking to me, as someone who remembers Overwatch 1 clearly.
Dog around this room?
Yes. Is that how much damage supports do now, and how much stronger the tanks feel as well. Like they're a lot stronger.
Upgrades.
Which is, I guess it's fine and all, it's just different. Alright, I'm literally going to die. Question is where? Yeah, I like how Sojourn, because Brigitte.
Phasmo again sometime as well.
Oh, horror games already break me.
Yeah, but Phasmo's more fun. Hey, this is very ominous. Come here, check this out. Wait. Computer we can interact with.
Huh?
Password here.
Oh. Alright, ominous door.
Haven't seen it.
I'm going towards the ominous door.
There is like a light.
Alright, ready to zoom? You ready to run? I'm zooming.
Oh. We didn't get to zoom very far.
Seems to be that the fuses are missing.
Oh.
You have some fuses too. But yeah, I like how Sojourn absolutely shreds Brigitte. Or Brigitte, however you want to say her name. Like, shreds her. She breaks the shield like that, and then all of a sudden, she gets charged for it as well, so she can snipe and nuke someone.
Oh, we have light.
Let there be light. It's a bagel.
Light. Oh, a server room.
New enemy. It's like an elevator.
Baguette.
Nani?
And there's a symbol.
What? Oh, there is symbols. Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. It means something.
So that's symbol number 2 so far.
E. That's the letter E. I want to go push the 2 buttons. Or maybe I should save that for another day.
Yeah, I think we just, we go for as much as you want to, but...
Yeah. But where's the villain?
I'm into solving puzzles. Save for next.
Where's Mr. Bad Guy?
I don't know, I haven't seen him. At all. I've only heard his footsteps.
Yeah, I've heard his footsteps. Absolutely terrifying.
Sure, tracker.
Oh! I found him.
No, my friend, how dare you? I murder your flashback. I blamed you.
Alright. I'm bored, literally. Anywho. Exiting. That's a good spot to stop. Great spot to stop. Great spot to rest.
Yeah, I lost my face there.
Yeah, I lost everything. This game is fun. It's actually fun. I like the puzzles. I do get scared. Enjoyable game. But I feel like if you know what you're doing, you can really speed up the gameplay quite a bit. I can't mute. I just left Tally hanging. Hi, Tally.
Is bad.
But I do really enjoy the game. That was fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Oh no, I can hear myself.
Get played. Alright. I just gotta find someone to raid. Let's see.
I got a recommendation if you're down.
Maybe. I was gonna check friends list, and I see Rave of Hearts is playing Outlast, and they're a good friend of Clock Party, and I kind of want to raid them because Clock always talks about how much they appreciate them. So I'm like, oh, fuck. But who's your small streamer? Are they playing something? Fuck me, I'm yawning.
They're playing Resident Evil 2. Their name is Lord Super Kami Guru Bidoof.
Resident Evil.
Yeah, I moderate for them.
Another day. I'm not in the mood for Resident Evil. I want to see scream. See, I don't really scream in Resident Evil. I think it's because of Tiffany, but Tiffany Lockhart, who did all the Resident Evil runs. But anywho, I fucked that up. How did I spell their name? Like so. They're playing Outlast. If you guys want to go in there and give them a little jump scare, maybe a little bit of love. Actually, Twitch is broken anyways. No one's gonna get shit from raids. I'll see you guys there. Also, real quick, since you guys already know who Clock is, but I'll shout out Clock anyways. Good lad. He was hanging out with me yesterday when we were doing the anime night. Not anime, the spontaneous anime session. Great guy. So if you guys want to check him out, please do. Oh, that's so quirky. I love that. Anywho, I love you guys. I'm just gonna switch scenes here and end stream. I'm not sure what we should. I need to come up with a proper raid message, but I haven't thought of one yet. One day. Actually, maybe at some point I can ask everyone and we'll vote on it. What the good raid message will be, like in Discord. But I'll see you guys later. Love you guys. Bye. Bye. Thank you for playing.